Okay, so here we are. Good morning. We have a bit of time today and tomorrow to look at the basic principles of Dzogchen, particularly the relation between refuge, what we rely on, and how that can both secure our territory and create lots of confusions. So we'll be looking both at our own condition as we ordinarily understand it, and what in Dzogchen is described as being the natural condition, that which is uncontrived, not artificial. So if we begin just with a little quiet sitting in order to arrive. Oh, most of you are probably used to this. You take a simple focus. It could be an external mark on the floor in front of you, or the movement of the breath in and out. Allow your attention just to rest on that, and whenever you find your mind wandering off onto something else, you just very gently bring it back into that focus and settle into yourself. Okay. So, Buddhism is concerned with liberation, and we need to have a sense of what liberation means. Essentially, it means not being tied up in things which limit us, which condition us, which tie us in knots. How to untie these knots? If you have a knotted piece of string or a ball of wool that's all tangled up together, you have to find where the end is. And then you have to explore with that end how it goes into the mass and what the nature of the knots are. If you just pull it very hard, it won't work. You have to have a skillful attention and to be willing to keep looking again and again. In our culture, the will to power is very strong. The sense that if something's wrong, you should do something about it. And so the rapid mobilization of energy towards situations is very popular. Often we don't know what to do. The government has nationalized, in large part, many important banks like the Royal Bank of Scotland. Economists have very different ideas whether this will be useful or not useful. But what's important for governments is to be seen to be doing something, to be seen to be in charge of the situation. And when Gordon Brown did that, suddenly people think, oh, he's not a wally after all, he's a strong, powerful leader, just what we need in these troubled times. He may be leading us into a total nightmare, but anyway, he is our boss. This is very tempting for all of us, to mobilize energy to get on with something. But in order to find a real liberation, we have to find out what it is that we want to liberate ourselves from. Sometimes, maybe at work or in a relationship, it's very obvious what you have to liberate yourself from, which is the nonsense of the other person. If only you were different, I would be happy. Therefore, if I can help you to liberate yourself from your nonsense, then we'll all be happy. Locating the problem in the other is always very easy. But that's not really going to help us. Bob Marley says, free your mind from mental slavery. Now we have to find out what is mental slavery. What is it that we are enslaved to? In Buddhism, this is seen as the nature of attachment. That our sense of personal identity gets tied up with predictions and involvements and fusions with the things around us. We become fused with our body. We see this as our true home. Then as our body changes, we become upset because it's not what it was. We become fused with our occupation, but in this economic climate, many people will lose their jobs, and so their sense of identity will be upset there. And so on. There are many, many things that we take for granted. We take them to be the case, although when we reflect on history, distant history, but also the history of our own lives, we find that they're not so reliable. And yet, the hope is always that this time it will be different. This time it will work out. This time I can truly stabilize something and find something reliable to cling to. Buddha explained that this kind of attachment is a source of great suffering, because it creates a concretized sense of self and a concretized sense of an external situation. There's something definite out there, and there's something definite in here, and if we get the two in the right kind of fit, then we'll lock into something that will keep us going for a long time. Very few situations are actually like that. Moment by moment, our thoughts, feelings, and sensations are changing, and moment by moment, the external circumstances are changing. We actually live in a completely dynamic situation. There is nothing solid and substantial that we can cling to. What we cling to are the abstractions of names and identifications, out of which we construct a sense, this is what it is today, and I can see this is how it was yesterday, and so it will most likely be like that tomorrow. This is moving linguistic signifiers, moving words around to stabilize a fantasy of certainty and prediction. But what we actually find is that every situation is different. If you go home from here, you maybe check your answer phone, and there's messages. The messages weren't there when you left, and now the messages give you some new happy situation or some new sad situation. You didn't know that was going to be the case. You leave work on Friday and you go in on Monday, and something's happened. So it's a whole new changed situation. What you thought you'd be doing that day is altered because of the circumstances. This is how we find ourselves. Children set off for school in the morning quite happy, and they come home in tears because somebody's bullied them or they didn't do well in an exam, and then you have to respond to that. Actually, most of us do not too bad in that way of dynamic responsiveness. But part of what holds us back is a sense, well, it shouldn't be like that. If only it was sorted, if only I just knew how things were going to be, then I could relax. But because they're never the way we think they're going to be, and they never fall in with our plans, there's always some agitation and anxiety. Padmasambhava, the great guru from Urgen who brought the tantric tradition and many aspects of Dzogchen into Tibet, he explained that ignorance, the root of attachment, arises when we forget to be present in the dynamic flow of experience, and we find ourselves standing apart and concretizing it. That is to say, we experience this is happening to me. I exist as somebody definite, and then an event which is out there and other than me is happening to me. This concretization, this reification or substantialization, turning moments in time, turning the flow of energy into concrete building blocks, then sets us the problem, how can I make the best possible life out of the building blocks I've got? It's like a child who gets some Lego set for Christmas, and they want to build something, but the bits of Lego they've got isn't enough to build the boat or the airplane they want. And then when they were happy with the first set, Now they're unhappy because they look in the catalogue and think that's the one I want to build, but my building blocks won't do that. And this is what we spend our life doing, trying to get rid of the old building blocks that don't work and get some new building blocks. That is to say, we construct our sense of self. We construct our life out of things. And in that process, we experience ourselves as a thing. And of course, the culture that we're living in treats us like things as well. Increasingly, if we move towards identity cards with CCTV, names and numbers go everywhere. We're fitted into a system of observation and objectification in which we are inspected all the time. And some of my visits before here have talked a little bit about how that works, like in schools with Ofsted inspectors, with in hospitals, now with this tragedy in Haringey of a little baby being tortured to death. There'll be more rules and regulations for social workers. And the social workers will not be particularly supported by these rules and regulations, but they will embody the basic principle: something must be done and something must be seen to be done so that politicians can be protected from blame. This is the guiding factor. We have terrorists in this country, therefore we all have to be frightened and we all have to be anxious all the time in order to make the government feel that they're doing something. So you get hassled at the airport, people look at you as if you're a criminal because we can't trust anyone because we might be bad. This mood of suspicion feeds into the sense of isolation and self-doubt. Who am I? What am I doing? Maybe I'm a really bad person. Thoughts are endless. There is no end to thought. In Sanskrit, they talk of samsara, this world of endless rebirth. And what keeps this wheel of rebirth going is just the chain of thoughts. Since you were very, very small, you've had lots of thoughts. Thoughts come very easily. The breath goes in and out, and thoughts go whoof, 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 all day long. And one thought says, I'm lonely, I want a friend. So it gets another thought. But that thought now says, well, I'm lonely too, I want another one. And all day long, thoughts are weaving together patterns of significance. And our attachment to thoughts gives us a sense that we know what's going on. But then something happens, like the death of this poor child. And think, oh, we don't have enough thoughts. Let's get more systems installed. Let's get better ways of doing it. And if only we get a bigger infrastructure, more bureaucracy, more investigation, then we'll be able to take care of all possible eventualities. This is like Ronald Reagan's big kind of space reconnaissance that would look down on the world with nuclear weapons ready to blow up any enemy. Hollywood is full of movies like this, that somehow you can really detect where all the bad things are. The problem with this view is that the bad things are always outside. Margaret Thatcher, a blessed woman in many ways, had a wonderful proposition. She was determined to discover the enemy within. Now, she thought that the enemy within was Mr. Scargill. She wasn't looking closely enough. The enemy within was within her. Her own bigotry, her determination, her self-assurance. The enemy within is not outside, it's inside. We are our own worst enemy. The Buddha says very clearly in the Dhammapada, there is nobody who can help you more than yourself. There is nobody who can harm you more than yourself. Not your friends, not your enemies, not your parents, not your children. There is no one, even if they love you, even if they hate you, no one can harm you more than yourself. So liberation is not about a socio-political liberation. A good thing as that is, the more activity we make in the world to change things, the more we find we don't know what's going on. in some of the later Mahayana sutras, they use the image of Indra's net, which is described as being a net of jewels which pervades the vast infinity of space. And each jewel, which is held in place by little chains of other jewels, each jewel has so many facets and is so brilliant that it reflects all the other jewels in this fabulous net. So we are constantly interacting and reflecting aspects of each other. Because of that, the complexity of the situation is so great that you cannot catch it by cognitive processes. Ordinary thoughts which build up a picture piece by piece can't grasp it. You need the immediacy of an aesthetic appreciation which is completely open. And this is the function of meditation. To go beyond or to free ourselves from reliance on the idea that you can build up knowledge like some vast computer database to a point where you have a kind of omniscience. Something will always be missing. And the very act of power, of trying to dominate and control the situation, simply increases the complexity we face. Very often the way out is just to give up the struggle, just to accept this is how it is. And as soon as you do that, things start to change. The very struggle with the situation means that you're putting your life energy, whatever you call that, libido, prana, chi, you're pumping your life into the situation so that it gets bigger and bigger and mushrooms out. And just by thinking softly, by accepting this is how it is, we start to get a bit of space. So what is it that we are attached to? We are attached to the outer forms of our country, our language, our history, the economic situation. We're attached to predictions about the future. We're also attached to the very building blocks of that. We're attached to thoughts per se as if they will tell the truth. That is to say, we come to rely on our capacity for reflective thought as the primary means of illumination. If we're not clear about something, we say, give me a bit of space, I need to think about that. And then we cogitate, we link one thought to another, and we build up a better picture. This process itself, this pattern of ordinary illumination, which can illuminate many things, which can solve many kinds of problems, engineering problems, problems in dentistry, problems of the allocation of parking attendants in Macclesfield, all of these sort of problems are dealt with by reflective thought. But it doesn't illuminate the point where you get caught. Because thought is the poacher turned gamekeeper. Thought steals your freedom. Thought screens the very self-existing natural awareness that we've all had from the very beginning, and it steals it by appearing to be helpfully in charge of the situation. That's why it's the gamekeeper. My thoughts will explain to me what the problem is. But the actual problem is created by reliance on thoughts as if they were the only source of illumination. Thoughts have a function. It'd be very difficult to live our lives, to carry out the normal things that we do without thoughts. But they only illuminate according to their particular remit. They're like a torch. The torch will give you, in a dark night, the torch will give you a little circle of light. But it will effectively darken what's outside that circle of light. The more thoughts reveal the world to us, what we are actually doing is buying into a particular vision, a particular cut of how things are, a cut which makes sense according to that pattern of illumination, but it won't do anything else. the more you do something, if it's not, if it has a limited remit, all you get is more intensity. You can get dog whistles, which are operating at a pitch much higher than the human ear hears. You could blow that quite softly, or you could blow it very, very hard. If you blow it very hard, that won't enable a human being to hear it. The louder it is, it will just agitate the dogs because they hear it. It won't get through to us because we don't have access to that dimension. So if you have that as an analogy, the more you do thinking, it will illuminate what thinking illuminates. And much of that is marvelous. There's nothing wrong with it. If you want to memorize the words of all Puccini's operas, fantastic. And you can sing along and have your karaoke and weep your tears. It's a very nice thing to do. A little nice coffee, some Turkish delight, and then singing and weeping. Why not? But it won't illuminate anything else. Thought illuminates the terrain of thought. This is why we do meditation. It's not to say that one thing is bad, but just to recognize this is the dimension it functions in, but we have access to other dimensions. So, in Buddhism, the first general practice that we do is taking refuge. We take refuge because we start to see the ensnaring nature of our ordinary ways of conceptualizing, and in particular, the power of karma. What karma means essentially is tendencies which seem to be true. Something which seems to arrive with an inherent validity. Without doing any work, it seems to be just doing the right thing. When things are familiar to us, they sort of slot in. They just, oh yes. So that's what karma is. It's a particular contouring of the world, a particular set of familiarities which, when we encounter them, reassure us as to what our situation is. Generally speaking, karma is like that. Of course, we have bad karma, which is disturbing and moves across it. Karma is the result of activity. One of the things about the notion of the Buddhist reading of the world is that the basis of this world is morality. That all activity is developed according to its intention. And if your intention is negative, if it's narrow, if it's self-serving, then that creates a particular bias inside you whereby when future events happen to you, or when you move towards making future activities yourself, you'll find yourself narrow and knotted. That's just how it is. There are some cushions down here if you like. You're welcome. That's fine. So one of the reasons we need to have some kind of refuge is because the interweaving of tendencies, the complexity of ourselves, and the interweaving of all the complex factors in the field, everything outside us, other people's behavior, the weather, the economic climate, all of these things together mean that there's a constant reactivity. There's always something going on. We're always at a point of being stimulated and moved by things that are occurring. And if we stay inside that, we can have a busy life, an interesting life, what we might experience as a fulfilling life. We look back and think, well, it's not so bad. Done lots of things, travel, had friends, this and that. There's all of that richness, and yet somehow it's teetering just slightly out of control. We don't quite know where we are in it. Because of course, when subject and object are interacting, who we are is impacted by the environment around us. It's not as if when people speak to us, they say something and it goes into a little bowl in front of us and we look at it and then we can decide whether we pick it out of the bowl or not. The bowl is not out there, it's in our ear. People's words come right in here and they go here and into the heart and into the belly. And we are impacted. We're impacted before we know what it is that's hit us. And then we think, hang on, what was that? God, we're a bit slow. We've already been aggressed by the world. That's why this tangling keeps moving. Because our ego is not a ball. Our sense of self is not something secure like some polished marble ball. It's very spongy, very sticky, full of tendrils, reaching out, being in contact and responding. This is why finding freedom by untying all the knots is very difficult, because they keep getting tied, moment by moment. Because we are part of the world, we are changed. So taking refuge is taking refuge from the trials and tribulations of the world, but also taking refuge from the fantasy of an autonomous self. The notion that as an individual person, as an ego, we are somehow autonomous, self-defining. I know who I am. I want to be true to myself. I want to be authentic. These sort of things sound very nice, but they're kind of meaningless. What does it mean to be true to yourself? You weren't like this 10 years ago. So if you weren't like it 10 years ago, you've cheated yourself, because now you've got a new authentic self. So what is this? Because we are part of the world, we are not stable. If we're not stable, how can we know what is true? If the truth of ourselves is not the content, because our thoughts, feelings, sensations, memories, hopes, fears, desires, and so on are always changing, then what does it mean to be authentic? How can we tell if we're ringing true? How can we tell if this is me? Because if you have too much sense of being true to yourself, it cuts you off from being with other people. Because if you want to be close, if you want to collaborate, you have to compromise. You have to think the task is more important than my particular feeling. In work situations or in a family, you have to delegate. You have to say, well, why don't you do that? Okay. Oh, but why did you do it that way? Well, the person did it that way because they're them. If you want a job done well, do it yourself. That is the ego's phrase, because the ego always knows the right way to do it. The ego knows the right way to do it for them. As soon as you start to really delegate, you're faced with the fact that other people are not the same as you. And if you take that seriously, it means all that you believe in, all that you take to be completely real, is just your little world. Just your little relative take on things. It's not true. It's just what I like. I like my tea this way. I don't like it that way. I believe in this political party. I think this rock band's good. It's just an opinion. What happens then? The ground's not so solid. What will I stand on? But it's true. No, it's not true. Oh. And that's the basis of a lot of depression. What will I rely on? Da-da-da-da. We have the Buddha! And he's very shiny. And he doesn't speak. So when we take refuge in the Buddha, we have the idea that there's somebody who's sorted, that there is a space which is not so entrammeled, not so caught up, not so endlessly provoked and provoking in its being in the world, but a possibility of calmness and clarity. The Buddha represents a mind which awakens from the dream of confusion, from enmeshment. We also take refuge in the Dharma, which is the Buddha's teaching, And it also represents the basis of what he taught, that is to say, the experience of things as they are, which he awakened to. Then we take refuge in the Sangha, which is the assembly of all the great teachers and practitioners who create a mood which supports our own practice. In taking this sort of refuge, we can believe there is something other than the state in which we find ourselves. So that rather than the need to defend our own position and keep it strong and clear, we see that there's maybe another possibility, a possibility which is proven by itself, which is beyond activity. Because all of us are very busy. Even if our external lives are not very busy, internally we're very busy. We're always on the job, always doing something, and there's always something to be done. Subject and object chase each other round and round like a puppy chasing its own tail. Round and round. Always something. The Buddha represents a space in which that is not problematic. Inside Buddhism, as many of you will know, there are different readings of this situation. Why is that the case? Because human beings have heads. And inside these heads they have lots of thoughts. And then they talk these thoughts and they come out. The history of Buddhism is the history of people blethering. It's also the history of people meditating. What you realize when you meditate can't come out your mouth. But anyway, we like to talk, so we say something, like I'm doing just now. So, there are many different views, many different Buddhist understandings. They all generally point in the same direction, but they have different moods and qualities to them. Generally speaking, the practice of taking refuge is linked with renunciation, with the idea that this world we find ourselves in, samsara, is dangerous. It's like a swamp. And in many ways it is, because it's very intriguing, it's bewitching, it's also frightening. But we can't get away from the bad things, and we can't get enough of the good things. No matter how sharp our scissors, we can't cut a clear line around what's good for us and what's bad for us. We find ourselves in something which we don't really understand. We're alive. We don't really know why we're alive. We wander about. We're not quite sure what to do. You go to the shops, what will you buy? You buy, you look at it. What's it all about? Why were we born? This is very troubling. Let's not think about it. Life's better when you don't think about things. Better to be stupid in some way. And we're lucky, we live in a culture which offers us millions of ways of being stupid. We have fantastic drugs that are developed. There are all these criminal scientists everywhere in their little laboratories coming up with new things so you can dance for days on end. It's wonderful. Ayahuasca, very popular nowadays. So many drugs. Kinds of alcohol, very cheap. Alcopops, what a wonderful invention. Get children drunk earlier. On the one hand, you give them GCSEs, you give them A-levels and optimal anxiety. On the other hand, you give them sweetened alcohol to get them unconscious at the weekend. Fantastic. This is the culture that we live in. Endless possibilities for trying to manage your situation, for setting this up against that, up, down, up, down. It's very, very tiring. What does it mean then to renounce the world? In its traditional form, that would be to become a monk or a nun, to withdraw, to live in a monastery, and to not be involved. But you're still dependent. You're dependent on other people for producing your food, for producing your clothing, and so on. Subject and object are born together. Self and other are born together. We all came out of our mother's belly We're not abstract phenomena floating in space. We're born in tears of joy and pain, and we're born in blood. We are in the world. We are part of the world. And we interact with the world all the time. So where are you going to leave this world to and go to? Monasteries are in the world. They need support, they need sponsors, and they're full of politics. They're full of backstabbing. I mean, the history of Tibetan Buddhism is just one of people being shafted. But Islam is exactly the same. Sufi orders burn down other Sufi orders things. You have these ghastly Wahhabis in Saudi Arabia. You get minority persecuted groups like the Ahmadiyya and so on. All over the world, politicians, religious people, people in freedom-loving sects and so on, everybody hates each other. Why? Because the bad's not outside. The bad's inside. And we can't separate the bad from the good. We can't say, well, the right side's good and the left side's bad, so gradually I'm going to chop my left hand off, and then I'll cut my left ear off and pluck my left eye out. I can only see good things now. That would be crazy. We live mixed up. So if we're mixed up, how are you going to renounce anything? Because the one who's doing the renouncing might be the wrong bit. Uh-oh. We can't trust ourselves. What we're going to do, this Saturday morning's getting worse and worse. Sitting here in the rain wondering. Group paranoia. Don't drink the orange juice, there might be something in it. It's very important to see this. The fantasy that there's somewhere to go to, somewhere else, is a big illusion. Change of government. Mr. Obama, maybe he'll bring something, but he won't bring as much as everybody hopes. He can't, because the systems are snared. And the system's not some kind of guys in suits in a back room smoking cigars. The system is everything. The system is the entropy of the public transport system. It's just the torpor that pervades bureaucratic structures. It's very difficult to change these things. And it's inside ourselves. As the old saying is, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So, the first part really of refuge is thinking, I need refuge from myself. So how can I take refuge in a way that gives me refuge from myself? The answer to that lies in the practice of meditation, where we start to observe ourselves. We just simply see, how do I function? How do I operate? And we start to live with the complexity of our existence, not falling into it and merging with it, but also not trying to push it away, not being in disgust with ourselves, not feeling overwhelmed and full of horror at ourselves. And we start to offer real hospitality to ourselves, seeing ourselves as we are, that we have good thoughts, bad thoughts, good intentions, bad intention, that our mind is clear and then it's confused. The more we do that, we can start to be tolerant of ourselves and also amazed at this unceasing complexity. And through that we can start to be aware of the complexity of other people. Because one of the great violences that we do is to have a very operational sense of other people. We treat other people as commodities, as utilities. We want them to perform a function. But they are complicated. We are all much more complicated than we appear to be. We are not just divided against ourselves, as if it was a force of light and a force of dark, but we are multi-stranded, multi-voiced, incredibly rich, full of potential to perform many, many different things. But we disguise that to ourselves because of this incredible demand, I should be one thing, I should be just me, myself. I should be able to give a coherent account of who I am. We fail in that task all the time because we are incoherent. Other people are incoherent too. They are there and they don't cohere. They don't all come together. When we start to see that, we see other people are incredibly rich. We have so many possibilities. How will you deal with something very complex? With great tenderness. If you have a hammer, you can drop it on the ground. It doesn't matter too much. In fact, the hammer might break the tiles on the floor. If you have a computer, it's not a good idea to drop it on the ground. Computers are very complicated. They need to be lifted carefully and placed carefully. It's the same with people. People are very, very complicated. We should be sweet and gentle to each other. Actually, we're quite rough. We're really rough. We're engaged in a war in Afghanistan. Our boys are out there sorting these people out. As soon as we see the complexity of the human situation, we realize this is madness. It's absolute madness. Because the Taliban are not simply bad people. These Taliban are linked through family alliances with many other people. And they're also linked into the wide family of Islam. And so you can't overcome people with violence. It's not possible. This is the part of the problem in our world. And when we look into the history of these things, one of the reasons that people in Afghanistan are good at fighting is because everybody tries to invade their country. The British fought many wars there. The British invaded Iraq. Outside Baghdad, we have huge cemetery from the First World War. Britain is a warmongering nation. We go all around the world attacking other people, thinking we have the truth and we want to bring them civilization and so on. Because we have something good. This is disrespectful of other people's complexities. This is incredibly important because once we see how rich things are, we stop. If we recognize these Indian people living in the Amazon jungle, how much they know about nature, how much they know about plants. And then these loggers come in with these huge machines, just tearing up the jungle. So you have something very subtle, very articulated, and something very crude. And what wins? Well, the crude. The crude wins every time. And this is part of our problem in samsara. Not only do we do crude things outside, but we do crude things to ourselves. When we raise children, we say, you better behave or you'll be in trouble. So we think, oh, fear is a very good thing. Here's a little child exploring the world. They're not particularly bad. They just got lots of energy and they bang into things. And we hit them. In my education in Scotland, I was hit a great deal by teachers who seemed to think that that was a good idea. It was probably a good idea for them to release some of the tensions from their own marital disharmony and so on. But doing it to poor little boys was not a good idea. But it's the idea, I can make you do what I think is good for you. I can force you to do that. And I think it's so important for us to recall how much force we have experienced from the world, in our childhood in particular, but also in work situations, the contempt you might have been treated with by managers and so on, but also how much force you bring towards the world. How we work to get our own way, to control situations. And in that moment of the movement of our desire, we're not really interested in the other person's situation. We're not really interested whether the plumber's got problems or not. We just want the plumber to come in, do his job and leave. And you can't find any plumbers like that. Because why won't people just do what they would do? Very attractive. Read the editorial in the Daily Mail. Life is very simple there. But actually, life is very complicated. And this is at the heart of Dzogchen. Although it's about simplicity, on one level, what it is suggesting that our actual lived existence is never simple. And in fact, the main way that we make our lives more complicated is to imagine that our lives could be simple. External events, because they're happening in a matrix of incredibly complex causes and effects and vectors of forces that we don't even know or understand, is beyond our control. Like this economic crisis. All of these banks all over the world changing, how many people will be unemployed, what this will mean for the future of the city of London, for example. Probably Frankfurt will become more powerful, which means that Britain, having very little industrial base, we are likely to become poor quite quickly. That's what all the factors would indicate. But who knows? Maybe something else will happen. Some new fantasy will take people over. This is the world that we live in. Nobody really knows. So, starting to experience the complexity of the world allows us to think, what's the use of thinking so much? Worrying, being anxious, making lots of plans. What is actually here? Who is the one who is having this experience? Is my experience most fully revealed to me through the particular lenses of my current obsessions, my current patterns of thinking? Or when I relax and allow the world to be there, to allow it to impinge on me in all its richness, and I feel the plural responses, the multiple responses that arise in me, what is that like? We have this word ambivalence. And I would suggest probably we're ambivalent about most things in our lives. And often that seems like a problem. We'd rather be straightforward. We'd rather know what's what. But maybe life isn't like that. Maybe that is an illusion. It's seeking simplicity and clarity in the domain of complexity. Through the practice of meditation and the practice of understanding the view, we start to see there's plenty of simplicity, there's plenty of clarity, it's just not where we've been looking for it. If you want to buy spinach, don't go into the butcher's. It's just that simple. Thoughts don't sell simplicity. They are not the means of production for simplicity. Thoughts are fabulous for complexity. Enjoy your thoughts. You've got lots of them. You could have more. They could be even more interesting. There's nothing wrong with them, and they will perform fabulous functions, but they won't give you simplicity and clarity. And when we come to die, if we rest inside these thoughts, as they dissolve, we'll become very confused. Every night when we fall asleep, our investment in our thoughts as the main factor for making sense of the world starts to relax. And we surrender into sleep. We let go. Clearly, we here today, so we managed to get through the night, we woke up, and here we are. We can remember something about yesterday. In fact, we probably remember more about yesterday than about our sleep. So not being in our thoughts is not the basis of the continuity of our existence as existence. Being in our thoughts is the basis of the continuity of the elaborated notions of ourselves. So taking refuge in Buddhism from the point of view of Dzogchen is to begin to observe what is going on as something dynamic and moving. For example, here we are in this room, we look around, we see the shapes and the colors. These shapes and colors appear to be there just by themselves. We take it for granted that, we've got a sense this is a statue of the Buddha. I'm sure everybody here can see this is a statue of the Buddha. Why is it a statue of the Buddha? Because we say it's a statue of the Buddha. The statue itself is not a statue of anything in itself. If your mind doesn't meet this statue of the Buddha, it's not a statue of the Buddha. All phenomena are co-emergent. That is to say, there are no self-existing entities. Everything arises as experience. Now you might say, well, the statue was here yesterday. During the night no one was in this building, and yet the statue is here this morning. Clearly the statue has a life of its own. But when you're not here, you don't know what happens. Some of you may have seen the Nutcracker Ballet. What these guys get up to when no one's around at night, we don't know. We know from some of the paintings that these gods are very into sex. They have sex for a very long time, so all sorts of things might be going on. We say this is the Buddha. We have learned about the Buddha, and we learn to recognize the shape of the statue, and so we say Buddha. Without our saying Buddha, the statue is nothing. It's something, it's shape and color, but that shape and color to somebody who doesn't know Buddha is just a shape and a color. They will then make sense of it according to the dispositions in their head. So they might think it is an infidel image. This is an image made by non-believers, and they try to destroy it. They might think, well, it's probably worth, I don't know, 250 quid in scrap. It's a good thing to nick. God knows what it is, but we'll be able to do a few lines of coke tonight. People in Macclesfield, I'm sure there are some people who will feel that. That's all it is. It's a means to an end. The important thing here is to recognize your mind is implicated in your life. It's not that you are living in yourself, walking about in this big world. There isn't any big world. There is your big world. Because when you see this statue and you see it's the Buddha, that immediately hooks in your being all your memories, thoughts, and associations about the Buddha. And that will be different for each of you. We can agree in terms of the linguistic signifier, this is a statue of the Buddha. Yes. But what that evokes in us will be different. This is our naked lived existence. This is us in this moment. This is my existence. It's not some theory, it's not something somewhere else. This is what I get. And the more we attend to ourselves, we can start to think, my God, how dull and stupid I am. I'm living in this world, I'm co-creating this world, and I'm taking it for granted. I think, well, the cars are just there. But some people are really interested in cars and some people are not interested in cars. So people who are interested in cars, when they see cars, they're curious. Other people just think, ugh, this is the world. This is how it is. So, are you there? In being there, what do you bring to being there? This is what meditation is about, to help us to be here in the world as it is and experience it as an ceaseless, dynamic flow of experience. Colors, shapes, noises, signifiers, interpretations, feeling tones, sensations in the body. This is changing all the time. Now, we might know this in an abstract way. Yeah, I know my life's like that. So what? So what's also dynamic? There is no place to step out of the river. There is no solid ground anywhere. Taking refuge is to accept impermanence, to see moment by moment everything is flowing. Now, I can be unconscious in that process. I can be trying to make sense of it in terms of abstract categories by thinking about it, or I can relax and be as open and present with it as possible, participating in a world which is co-emergent. That is to say, I am this world. In that sense, refuge is enlightenment if you take refuge in the right thing. Refuge is awakening. If we take refuge in phenomena as if they are telling us something about ourselves, if we take refuge in our ordinary sense of self, then everything is obscured, even as it becomes clearer. When we relax and open into awareness, everything is revealed even as we give up control about it. Because actually, none of us know. Nobody knows what the future will be. Nobody knows what will happen, this afternoon. Nobody knows. We have to be there. So all we have is really a choice in how are we going to be there. Are we going to be there mediated through our habits, the habitual editing that we do all the time, attending to the things we like, not attending to the things we don't like? Or can we start to observe that our habits, our familiar thoughts, our expectations, which appear to be the building blocks of our ordinary sense of self, can we start to see that these are in fact dynamic? Thoughts come and go, and then they're gone. And then another thought comes. So even if a familiar thought comes, that thought is there just in the moment that it's there. Somehow thoughts seem to extrude or give out an aura of permanence, which is something quite remarkable. So I can say, I like tea. I like tea more than coffee. When I say that, it's gone. But you can remember that, oh, James likes tea more than coffee. So now we have some definite knowledge about James's preferences. And it appears to be something solid. But it's only something which manifests when we remember it or think about it or activate it. And then it leads into making tea or coffee. That is to say, the thought arises and it leads the body to one jar rather than another jar. And then something happens in a cup which is either drunk or not drunk. That's all. These are all chains of activity. Nothing is arrived at anywhere. All our lives, if you think back to being a small child, running and playing and riding your bicycle and so on, and then going to school and learning things, and the years go by and the years go by. And the years go by because we live in time. Everything is in time. And what is it to be living in time? What is it to be time but the ceaseless display of gesture, posture, speech, breath? All we do is move in time. And where do we move? We move in a world which is moving with us. Because these streets are also moving. They're moving because the color of the bricks changes with the rain. The rain hits the wall and the brick gets darker. The name of the street stays the same, but when the rain goes onto the name plaque on the street, it starts to glisten in the light. So on an abstract level, it's the same. But on the lived level, it's always fresh, always changing. If that is true, and everything's changing all the time, and we're also changing, it's very complicated. So how can we be simple in the midst of all this complexity? Dzogchen, I bring you the good news. people have been doing this for a long time. Of course, life's a wee bit simpler in Tibet. You just have a couple of yaks and a cow. But in this world of real complexity, what we need is space. Space and complexity are absolutely linked. We are quite a lot of people in this room. We will have a tea break soon, or a coffee break, depending on your preference. And in that, people will get up. There is a small kitchen, and there are 2 toilets. So this requires some awareness of whether you stand in a queue to have a pee, or you go into the kitchen to get a cup of tea. This is what we do all the time. So that means being in space with others. And because there are a lot of people in a small space, you have to be more aware. If you came into the building on your own and you had all of this space, you could dance, you could move around, you could be very generous and flamboyant in your gestures, and it wouldn't matter. But because there are a lot of people, you have to be a bit careful. Yeah? That shows a very simple principle. If things are going to be allowed to have their own movement and their own shape, they require space. Yeah? So if we don't have much space inside us, if we are full of habitual expectations, if we are full of judgments and prejudices, we won't have much space to offer the world. And if the world is complicated, and we are narrow and tight, and these 2 factors come in conflict together, what will we have? Suffering, which I believe the Buddha talked about. Suffering arises from attachment because we are attached to habitual assumptions about how the world is. And so instead of being of generous heart, instead of being open to the moment as it comes and moving with circumstances, and allowing our manifestation to be how it will be, we hold on to definitions of who I am, what I need, what I like, what I don't like, and then we have to find a way of finding little doors and cracks in the world so that we can get what we want, because we have a shape, and so we are a niched product. But we can't always find the niche to stick our product into. That's why we get a lot of frustration in life. This is just the perfect thing for me. Where did you get it? In Spain. Oh God. In Spain. Don't they have that in London? No, only in Spain. Oh God, but it's the one best thing. I've never seen one like that before. This is what happens to us. So, the more furniture you have in your head, the more assumptions and accumulations, the more difficult it is to relate to the world. In the Wheel of Life, that we see on the back wall there, and you can look at in the break if you're not familiar with it, on the outer circle, it has a representation of ignorance, represented as a blind old woman. In the blind old woman, she's a woman because woman represents wisdom, and she's blind because she's lost her way. So that's what ignorance is. It's the potential of wisdom that's somehow not carrying out its proper function. That is to say, instead of our basic intelligence being panoramic and inclusive, as with a blind person stumbling with their stick, it becomes tentative. And in being tentative, anxiety and clarity becomes mixed up together. So we try to make sense of things, and it's a lot of work, and we're not quite sure. This is our normal way of proceeding. And this leads into the second level of compounding or creating, and it's represented by a potter at his wheel. He has a mass of clay, and from that mass of clay he's making shapes. This is a very simple image, but very helpful, because the clay represents the potential of the situation. And the potter is making a shape, and when he's got the right shape, he cuts it off. So now he's got a bowl. The bowl is made of clay. That is to say, it's made out of the world. It's part of the world. It's part of the mass. But once the shape is separated, it appears to be something self-existing. And then we add more and more signifiers to it. It's this kind of a cup. I want to have that cup. I'd like it painted blue and so on. We start to elaborate. This is the basis of the furniture in our head. All the ways in which we construct what we take to be fixed entities out of this world. Everything is just this world. It's radiant and it's luminous. We're part of the world. We're able and entitled to be in it and to act and respond, to be touched and moved and so on. What we can't do is take anything away. There's no doggy bags. There's no little pockets, to nick a bit of stuff. The world is the world. When you die, your possessions become other people's possessions. You were merely using them in the course of your life. It is as if you owned them. It is as if this body is yours. This body is made up of the 5 elements. This body is made up of blood and bones and so on that represent earth, water, fire, wind, space. It appears to be me, it appears to be mine, and yet it's influenced by so many things in the world. So a central factor as the basis of our practice is to start to observe the grasping way we approach the world, the way we hang on to some things and reject other things. Often what we reject diminishes our freedom, because in order to respond to the widest range of possibilities, we have to have many, many things. We have to have all the things in the world. Some people are very nice, and they like to be very nice. And because they're very nice, they get exploited. One of the things they don't want is the capacity to say fuck off, because they think it's not a good thing to say fuck off. It's not good or bad. In a sense, it's neutral. Sometimes it's necessary to say fuck off, because it's one of the energetic movements in the world. Sometimes it's necessary to be selfish. That is to say, if somebody is very needy and they pester you all the time for more, you have to say, I don't have anything more to give you. I'm not interested in you. Take care of yourself. That may sound terribly mean and terribly harsh. It can also be incredibly helpful, because it starts to help people wake up to their own resources and so on. So if we have a very narrow notion of who we are, then the repertoire of responses we can make to other people is always going to be determined by, how does this make me feel about myself? Well, I wouldn't feel good saying that. This is one of the big things that comes up in therapy. You can outline all kinds of things that a patient could do, but they often won't do it because it doesn't feel like me. Yeah, but why would you want to feel like you? You're coming to NHS psychotherapy. But the touchstone, the testing point of their existence is, does it ring true for me as an ego? But we are all rather diminished, rather restricted in what we can do. We look around the world and we see other people do things. They get away with it, but we couldn't do it. How is that? What do we imagine would happen if we did what they did? This is why in this Tibetan system we have these wrathful gods. You've got flames coming out of them. You have gods in sexually aroused states. You get gods in very peaceful and beautiful states, because they're saying anger, desire, pride, all of these can be transformed. If you say they are simply poisonous, they are simply bad and negative, then you shrink yourself in. But these are forms of relation in the world. It's not that you should be devouring the world or be angry all the time. It's to recognize these are simply qualities of energy. A good DJ is able to work with the crowd. and to get the feel of the people and put on the kind of music that will get people dancing. That's their job. So they have to be able to play the music that will get people dancing, not the music they like. A bad DJ plays what they like. Good DJ feels what people are into. That's what the Buddha does. Buddha comes into the world and shows many different ways. In the Wheel of Life, again, it shows there are 6 main realms of existence. The Buddha goes to each of these realms and shows different forms. In some form, he's offering simply cooling water or blankets. In others, he's teaching the Dharma. In others, he's just being very sweet and gentle, according to what people need. Now, the central idea in Dzogchen is that we shouldn't limit ourselves. Everything is possible if we have basic clarity. Some people think, well, if I don't control myself, I'll do very bad things. In Dzogchen we would say, oh, this is very unlikely. If you really open to yourself, if you're present and aware, why would you do any bad things? If you observe yourself and you think of the worst things you've done in your life, the most harmful things, the most selfish things, and you think back to the moment when you did these, most likely your mind was very small. You become fixated. Maybe you're very jealous, or you're very angry, and you become very small. The blinkers come on and you're fully in that, and you hit someone, or you steal something, or you set someone up in some way. That was not very spacious. Bad things arise from a lack of relaxation. This is not what most of us have been told. Many people are still taught in childhood, basically you're bad, and unless you're careful, you will do bad. So be careful. Keep an eye on you, and I'm certainly going to keep an eye on you. So the struggle is to restrain oneself and to not trust oneself, and to basically think, inside me there are all these impulses and tendencies that will cause me to do bad things. From the point of view of Dzogchen, this is not true. It says our nature from the very beginning is pure and open, and by integrating with this, our action will be precise and clear, attuned to the situation. Everything is possible as an aspect of compassion if it's grounded in the wisdom of openness. If it's not grounded in that, then it's mere self-indulgence, and indeed then one should be a bit careful. Okay, shall we take a little break there and come back, say, in 20 minutes? Okay, let's continue. Here in this centre, they've got regular meetings for people doing refuge and bodhicitta and basic practices. So there's plenty of explanation there about the actual forms that we can do of refuge and so on, and I won't go into the detail of that. But I think it is a very important and useful thing to keep reviewing for yourself what it is that you rely on. What is it that you take refuge in yourself? Because only if you know that yourself can you find the exact quality of the attached ego which seeks to depend on something. So that's going to be different for different people. We all right there in the front stalls?
Who's having a row?
Well, we could do very big group therapy if you like. If in doubt, let it out. Because when you start to see for yourself what you rely on, and you examine what it is, you start to see how you cheat yourself. That because things are impermanent and unreliable, and because we tend to be anxious and needy and uncertain, when we cling to outer forms as if they will provide us with stability, grief is already written into the beginning of that story. The outer form can't provide us with what we need. And there is a great sadness in that, especially when we think back maybe to our parents and to people we know, and we see how much time and effort people spent being attached and believing in things, and then were cheated. I remember my father talking about this slogan from the Second World War, "A land fit for heroes," which they started to pump out towards the end of the war. That when the soldiers came back, there would be a proper new system for them. And of course it wasn't true. My father had been working in a bank, and when he was in the army for a long time, when he came back into that, he found that all the good jobs had been taken by the people who, for various reasons, had managed to avoid going to war. And these people were very kind of both guilty and hyper-defended, so they wanted a cover-up. So they started to make a policy that what happened in the war had nothing to do with the bank. So people's war records couldn't be taken into account. And that's what happens. And all these young boys going off and fighting in the wars now, same when they come home, nobody gives a damn. That's a fact. What's presented at the beginning, when you're healthy and walking on two legs, and what you get when you're in a wheelchair is very different. That's how the world is. It's not bad people do these things. That's just an extreme form of what happens to ourselves. So we have to think, why do we get taken in by fantasies that things will be better than they are? Because as long as our energy is primarily moving out towards the objects of the world, towards people, places, possessions, we're at the mercy of these things remaining as we expect them to remain. And there is no freedom in that. There's a sort of pseudo-freedom that comes from being a skillful operator, being able to use whatever qualities one has, intelligence, strength, beauty, and so on. All of these can be ways of accessing resources in the world. But they don't give us very much power over the situation. So, just observing, oh, this is what I do. This is the pattern of my hopes and fears. This is how I shape not just my existence, but who I take myself to be. The more we see that, the more we have a sense of what needs to be let go of. And all the preliminary practices that we have, the general Mahayana practices, the Theravadan, Shamatha and Vipassana, the tantric practices of transformation, they are all concerned with increasing conscious intentionality so that we develop a clear sense, this is how I want to live, and they involve the mobilization of the will to power. I am going to make this happen. I'm going to focus my attention on this, and I'm not going to be distracted. I'm going to repeat all these mantras. I'm going to do these prostrations. I'm going to visualize this. By maintaining my conscious intention, I will give myself a place to stand apart from the swirling tides, the waves of habitual impulse. So that instead of being just carried along like a leaf in a river at the mercy of the turbulence of the waves of experience, I will determine a particular reading of the situation and I will cleave to that. These paths are very useful and very helpful. They do require a lot of energy because they have to be maintained. They have to be maintained. If you don't maintain them, they won't be operating. It's like an umbrella. If you don't hold it up, it won't do its work. So you have to be consciously attentive when you do it. If you don't do it, you will get swept away by experience. Now, in our culture, we've had many, many years of ease. Britain's been reasonably wealthy. We haven't been directly involved in war too much. We haven't been invaded. We haven't had mass disasters. It could well be that in the future, if there's economic decline and greater social turbulence, life will become more difficult. And all the paths of instant gratification that people have become used to, quick, easy access to others on mobile phones, plenty of computer games, cheap food in the shops, many of these quick ways of soothing ourselves may be removed. The government will need a lot of money. It's likely to put a lot more tax on alcohol, for example. So people will have to live more directly with the grimness of their existence. This grimness, in a sense, has always been there, but it's often hidden. Working in a hospital, I see people on crutches and wheelchairs every day. You know, it's a very helpful reminder that although I'm walking about, I don't know what state I'll be in tomorrow. People suddenly get sick. They get a bit of a twinge and they go to the doctor and suddenly they're being cut open. That happens. None of us knows the internal state of our body. Accidents happen in cars, they happen to people in airplanes and so on. Danger is actually all around us. This is not to become frightened of that, but to realize that being asleep in the fantasy of the continuity of phenomena in the pattern that we've grown accustomed to is not very helpful. Because when things suddenly change, we don't know what to do. Last night we were sitting talking about darning. As we do. Because not many people know how to darn socks anymore. And even the kind of socks that you can buy in the shops are difficult to darn. And even basic skills of knitting, they vanish. So all these old traditions of security and self-help, of feeling that one is an agent in the world, a lot of these have been lost. Many people just know you go to the shops. You just go to the shops and you get something. Now that's very nice as long as it lasts, but international capitalism could shift and we could be in another world altogether. And then instead of people having a tradition learnt when they were small, helping their mum doing baking and so on, instead of having these recipes in the tips of your fingers, knowing exactly what to do with a mixing bowl, you're gone. You're at the mercy of not knowing. So the more we have started to depend on the automatic supply of everything we need, that has been very pleasant on one level, but it's also a manifestation of stupidity because we don't understand cause and effect. And the Buddha's basic teaching is about cause and effect. All phenomena, all dharmas arise from causes. There are no self-existing phenomena at all. Everything in the shops is made by someone else, somewhere else. And this collapse in the international economy is a very helpful reminder of the truth of dependent co-origination. It's not just something that happens in America with their mortgage things, but it goes over all across the world. At the time of the Vietnam War, there was the image of the domino effect was used a lot, the sense that if communism is successful in one country, it will lead to communism in another and another. But what we actually see is it's the capitalism that has the domino effect. Because one economy crashes and then another and another and another, because they're all so interlinked. This international capitalist movement means everything is interdependent. Buddhists have thought this for a long time, but now it becomes manifest. There is nowhere to hide. Lots of people still want to emigrate to New Zealand because they calculate that the winds there will carry less nuclear waste than in other places. But imagine the sort of people who are emigrating there and then think, well, would you want to have your last moments shared with the residents of Surrey? So, ghastly thought. Let's stay at home with a wee bottle, eh? Chips in a bottle. Here we go. Bye-bye. So interdependence brings us back again to the fact we can't cut ourselves off. We can't find a private individual enlightenment, a personal liberation. Liberation has to be the liberation of all things, because they are all connected. In the Mahayana path, we talk of taking the bodhisattva vow, an intention to save all sentient beings, to make oneself available for all sentient beings. And this is often seen as a heroic task, that I will sacrifice my individual enlightenment in order to be available for others. The fact is, your enlightenment is linked with other people. If you live in South Africa, say in Johannesburg, you live in a gated community, you have razor wire, you've got instant teams that will come round with machine guns to protect you, and you may be safe to a certain extent. But when you drive in your car, you have the doors locked and you're always frightened that someone's going to attack you. People drive through red lights because they're frightened to stop in case someone smashes in the window. There is no protection because you have to be in the world. Howard Hughes ended up living in a room sealed off from everything in order to be safe. That's very sad. Life means connection, and connection means being with other people. Now, how to be with other people? If you've already decided some people are bad and some people are good, and you want to be with the good people and you don't want to be with the bad people, but somehow you're going to end up being with the bad people, what are you going to do? You don't know how to be with the so-called bad people because they're bad and you wouldn't want to know anything about them except they're bad. But actually, we have to be able to be with everything. We have to be able to negotiate with selfish people, angry people, cruel people, dangerous people. What helps here is an understanding of Buddha nature. Even the most dangerous people have Buddha nature. Why are they dangerous? Because they're frightened. If you try to control people, they will not feel very welcomed. They will probably not feel very safe. And if they don't feel very safe, they'll feel anxious. And if their protection against anxiety is to be violent, they're likely to hit you. So if you work with mentally disordered patients, it's quite easy to get them to hit you. Oh, it's quite easy to get them not to hit you. It depends on whether you're afraid of them or not. Why wouldn't you be afraid of a dangerous person? Because people are not just dangerous. But once you read in the notes, risk assessment, this person is very dangerous, and you go in thinking this person is very dangerous, you've already protected yourself against them. You're defended. You think they're other, they're dangerous, I don't like being with them. And your own aura is now vibrating in a way that's going to be picked up by them. This is a big question, isn't it? Can we really believe in the Buddha nature or the potential of all beings? And if we do that, that is the main focus of our attention. We also hold in mind that all beings have the 5 poisons: stupidity, anger, desire, jealousy, pride, and that many, many multitudes of small confusions and distorted visions and behaviors that arise from that. Both are present simultaneously. The openness, the potential, and the defendedness, the narrowness, the me first, the dangerousness. It's not either or. It's not that all beings are beautiful. They're not. It's not that all beings are shit. They're not. It's both. So, how to be open and precise.
You should be proven innocent until they're found to be guilty. It's to take it for granted that there could be potential to be innocent and not violent. And until they do hit you, then that's how you treat them.
Right. But I think that's true. And we can also behave in a way that will minimize the likelihood of their hitting us. Yeah. Which includes knowing that they might hit us. Because one of the ways to make violent people hit you is to be too nice. Because there's nothing as annoying as a smug bugger. That'll get right up anyone's nose. And how are you today? So it's finding a way to do this is difficult. In Tantra, they took up the same idea, and when we do that kind of practice, we visualize the deity, we recite the mantra, and we enter into a relationship with the deity. The deity is, as it were, the shining presence of that which we cannot recognize in ourselves. The deity is, if you like, the projection of our own Buddha nature, so that we can see it. We can't see it directly in ourselves, but by seeing the deity in front of ourselves, seeing Padmasambhava, Tara, and so on, we see this luminous being surrounded by rays of light. We imagine their face smiling, rays of light are pouring from them into us, and we feel illuminated and purified. And then these two forms merge together. At that point, we have the state of openness, and then gradually we come back into the world, but a world in which all the forms are the form of the deity, all sounds are mantra, and all thoughts and mental experiences are inseparable from the deity's mind. This is the tantric method of experiencing the inseparability of the ground Buddha nature and the complexity of manifestation. It's a very effective method, and in this Dharma center here you can practice these methods and get a clear understanding of them. They're particularly useful when we have a lot of self-doubt, because when we come to Dzogchen, we're concerned with the immediate presence of our ever-enlightened state. And if we have many negative thoughts, if we have a sort of heavy sense about ourselves, if we're basically depressed and anxious, it's very difficult to see this. It's very difficult to believe it, and even more difficult to directly taste it. Because our gaze is always tilted towards the more substantial quality of negative thoughts and feelings. You know, if a thought arises, I'm stupid, or I can't meditate, or I don't understand this, oh, it's quite solid. At least I know what I am. I'm stupid. If you think, I'm open, and then you go into the meditation where you are completely open, that's much more difficult because it's not the familiar sense of self. The real renunciation is not about pushing things away. In the path of Dzogchen, we talk about self-liberation, which means that as you relax, all the building blocks, all the habitual thoughts, feelings and sensations out of which we create the substantial sense of ourselves are allowed to go free. It doesn't mean that there's nothing left, because the next thing arises, then the next, then the next. The mind never stops. And what we start to see is, I'm always something and I'm not anything. When you wake up in the morning, you have early morning thoughts. And then you do your teeth, and then you have your breakfast, and then you go in and you have your work sort of thoughts. And these thoughts are different all the way through the day. Then you have your evening thoughts. The thoughts don't stop. Each thought comes and it engages with the environment, which reveals itself in a particular way, and then it's gone. The dynamic movement of the non-duality of subject and object is what we live in all the time. This is all there is. The more present we are, the more we experience that. So we don't have to hang on to everything, because thoughts keep coming. No one thought is the truth. There is no answer to life's problems. There is no solution. There is no golden key. There is no magical, now I've arrived, safe at last. Because there's nowhere to be safe. That doesn't mean we're in danger. It means the very way of thinking that says, I need to get out of here and go to somewhere else where it's safe, is an illusion. It's a false notion of the problem. So, Garab Dorje, this great being who brought the Dzogchen teachings into the human domain, presented his final statement in 3 brief points, and we use these to look at the view of Dzogchen now. The first of these is to experience directly what we are. I can say something about this in words, and we can do the meditation together, but essentially the work of recognizing oneself is a work that each person has to do in their own meditation. Words are not enough. It's about looking and looking and looking. Not trying to make something happen, but just very gently seeing how things are. The mind's nature, that is to say, our basic nature, who we are, because the mind is inseparable from ourselves. We sit in this room with various thoughts and feelings and so on. We know we're here. But who is here? Who is the one who is here now? Who is the one looking out of your eyes, listening through your ears? Who is the one who feels the sensations of your body? This is an awareness. Who is the one who is aware? Normally, we short-circuit that. We say, I am. And we leave it at that. Because we know, well, I'm alive, things happen, this is me, this is my life. This is the screen of ignorance. What we need to do is to look, who is the one who says, I am the one? I am is the big answer to everything. Who did that? Me. We always know, but the answer comes in so quickly. It acts as a kind of screen. It stops looking and seeing, because I am is a thought. It doesn't feel like a thought, but if we observe every statement we make about I am It's just arising and passing. It has no validity beyond the immediacy of expressing itself, but it seems to speak an eternal truth. So, who is the one who experiences? This is the mind itself, sometimes translated as presence or awareness. This presence is pure from the very beginning. This means not pure as opposed to impure. It means not mixed with anything, untouched by anything. Our ordinary mind, our daily mind is always mixed up with something. Hopes, fears, liking, not liking. Something happens and it touches us, it gets to us, then we have a longing and we move out. Ordinary consciousness is created out of, or is the form of, ceaseless interaction with the environment. This activity of interaction with the environment is an impermanent flow which is occurring all the time. It's just stuff moving on, moving on. When we are in it, when we believe in it, we think, this is me. But who is the one who is having the experience? This mind is not touched by the thoughts. If each thought was you, then you would have to keep it because it's you. It would be part of you. And you would get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And then eventually, pop, you'd explode. So, where have your morning thoughts gone? Where's all your breakfast thoughts gone? They're gone. They were your thoughts. You were completely identified with them. You acted as if they were a true account of who you are, and they're gone. So, you have some thoughts now. Who is the one having the thoughts now? The one who is present with your thought now is the same as the one who was present with your thoughts at 9 o'clock this morning, but the thoughts have changed. The content changes, but the state of awareness does not. This is the most fundamental understanding. Traditional example for this is a mirror. The mirror shows endless reflections. The mirror has no resistance to reflections. Whatever is put in front of a mirror is displayed in the mirror. This is like us. Somebody tells us a joke and we laugh. Somebody tells us a sad story and we feel sad. We might even cry. We just get filled up with stuff. It's just like that. Hopes, fears, boom, boom, all the time. Events evoke us. Something happens. Good thoughts and bad thoughts arise all the time. But who do they happen to? This mind itself has no content. It's like a mirror. When you look in the mirror, you don't see the mirror. The mirror shows what's in front of it. When we're children, people tell us lots of things about us. First of all, they tell us what our name is. Our name is not our name, it's a name that somebody else uses on us. They say, oh, you're James. Oh, okay. We don't know why we're called what we're called, or maybe there's some family story about it, but generally we have this name. It is very important. Because your name came from the world, it's not your real name. In the tantric tradition, you get endless numbers of names, which are very helpful because they show what you call yourself is just a social gesture. But we get so fixated on our name that when someone calls our name, we say, yes, here I am. Who is here? James is here. This is stupidity. Because when you know the answer before the question is hardly articulated, you show yourself to be nothing but a smart arse. If you remember in primary school when the teacher would say, and what's this? There's always some little wanker with his hand up. No, we have become this wanker. Who did that? I did it. It's me. There's no time for any, let's see what's there. We're immediately there with the answer. This answer is the big stupidity. And this is really, really important, that we are made stupid by our own intelligence. It's not that there is some alien ignorance that has taken us over, like sort of waves coming down from Martians in a helicopter. We ourselves dazzle ourselves by the effulgence of our own creativity and fall in love with it. It's not true. It is beautiful. It is our intelligence, but it's just a story. We tell stories all the time. They have no more status than stories. I'm young, I'm old, I'm successful, I'm not successful. Hopes and fears. These are just the turbulence of thoughts in the mind. Who is the one who is present? Naked and pure from the very beginning. Naked means it's not covered with anything. Sometimes we do appear to be covered. Say, for example, this morning you got a phone call from a friend who was very sick. The message is quite shocking, and it seems to stay with you. You get a mood. Moods are very interesting, because they're not the same as thoughts. They're more pervasive. They're like a mist on the hills, and they seem to continue in time. And because they are as pervasive, they suffuse us, they seem to fill us up. But so say you have a mood of depression or sadness, this sort of vague, semi-opaque coloration which brings a particular quality of experience. How can the mind be naked in relation to that? We have not always been in that mood. Before the telephone call, we didn't feel that sadness. Now we feel the sadness and perhaps the anxiety. It is a consequence. There was a cause, and this is an effect. When we are in it, when we are identified with it, it seems completely real. Somebody says, "How are you feeling?" You say, "Oh, I'm really sad." And you'd feel sad. You are sad. What does it mean to be sad? It feels like the limit of my existence. This is what's happening for me. I'm sad. Who is the one who is sad? Part of us has fallen forward, tilted into, merged with the sadness. And it appears to be our definition, our sight, our resting place. It appears to tell us the truth about ourselves. I am sad. Then it goes. Because in childhood, we get told lots of things. People say we talk too much, or we make too much noise, or we're very messy, or we're good because we tidy up and are helpful. So we learn to think about ourselves in terms of definitions. And when we meet people, they say, "How are you?" And we give an account. We tell them things about ourselves as if talking about was the same as being that thing. So that is to say, we have substituted the dimension of narrative, of storytelling, of evanescent event for simply being present in the moment. Because actually, if somebody asks us, "How are you?" we can't really say anything. All you can say is, "Fine." And say, "Well, yeah, but what's happening?" "Oh, yeah, yesterday was a bit difficult." Oh, tell me what happened. People want to poke away in, get something solid. Because if you're fine, they have nothing to do. You're fine, I'm fine. There was one of these books that was very popular in the 60s. I'm okay, you're okay. Well, if I'm okay and you're okay, what the hell are we doing? But if you've got a problem, that's much more interesting. There's nothing to say in being open. That is to say, whatever you say will not tell you about the domain of openness. It is inexpressible. It is beyond speech, and indeed it's beyond thought. So, in the Dzogchen tradition, Garab Dorje shows our mind is not a thing. We are not things. We are not fixed entities. Pure from the very beginning, nothing has touched us. Nothing has marked us. Everything in this room can be destroyed. Everything in this room can be cut up or spray painted over or burnt. That's the nature of these phenomena. Even the peace of meditators can be destroyed by this noise. Everything which is in existence is impermanent, because it exists in juxtaposition. Certain factors are placed together, and then when other factors come to bear on them, it shifts. But the mirror itself continues to show reflections. If a mirror is in a quiet room where nothing moves, and it has the same reflection in it all day, it's not disturbed. If you stick it on the outside of your car and it sees many, many things as you drive along, it doesn't get tired. The mirror simply shows what is there. The content of the mirror, the reflections, these are very busy, tumbling together, changing all the time. This is the content of our mind. So the function of the practice is to move from intoxication with, identification with the content of the mind to a state of awareness which reveals what it is that's manifesting. This is the basis of all the Dzogchen practices, to separate the content of the mind from the nature of the mind. And when you see the nature of the mind, the content of the mind is revealed as something different. Because when we don't see our primordial purity, we're having to hang on to everything, as we looked earlier this morning. Attachment becomes very real, and we have to make sense of what's there. When we see the nature of the mind, everything is revealed as the radiance of that mind. This room, the motor cars in the street, the city of London, the whole world, this is the radiance of the mind. At first this is difficult to understand. Through the practice we start to experience the domain of experience, direct experience, as opposed to all the constructs of abstract thought, learning and so on. So the mind is said to be naked. Naked means it's not covered with anything. When you become sad, the one, you, your ordinary self, who wasn't sad before the phone call, is now sad. I have become sad. Sadness is covering me, pervading me. The mirror doesn't become happy or sad. The mirror simply shows what is there. This is very different. It said also that the mind is raw. Raw means it's not been cooked with anything. It hasn't been prepared. It doesn't need any improvement. Nothing needs to be done to it. Since we've been very small, we have been on endless journeys of self-development. Learning to go to the toilet, learning to wipe your own bum, learning to tie your shoelaces, learning to pack your own school bag, learning to do your homework, learning to get through the exams, learning to go for an interview. learning and learning and developing and growing. And that's wonderful. When we look back, we might think, God, I wouldn't like to be 12 again. You know, when you get to be grown up, you have a lot more power in the world. You can take care of yourself better for a while. Till we get a little bit sick, then it's different. But we have this brief moment. This is how our ego identity grows. It goes up, and then if we live long enough, it goes down again. The mind itself isn't like that. Awareness hasn't been developed. That's why we say it's pure from the very beginning. It means forever, infinite time, it doesn't change. It's not made better if you're a good person. It's not made worse if you're a bad person. It doesn't get bigger. It doesn't get smaller. It's not like anything else because it's not a thing. Coming to experience this is very different from experiencing anything else. It is also non-dual. That is to say, it doesn't stand apart from anything. Here I have two things. I have a piece of wood and I have a bowl. Because these are two, they can be very far apart or they can come together. They are not the same, they are different. When you look in the mirror, the reflection is in the mirror. You could say the reflection is inseparable from the mirror. You can't take the reflection out of the mirror, and yet the reflection is not the mirror. Is that right? That's like non-duality. Not two, not one. You can't homogenize it like milk. You can't just mix it all up to some standard issue. The space in this room is filled with us. We are in the space. We don't displace the space. We displace water in a bath. We displace air when we move. But we don't displace space because we are always in space. Our mind is like space. So the mind is without beginning or end. It has no top or bottom. It has no front and back. It doesn't come from anywhere. It doesn't stay anywhere, and it doesn't go anywhere. Because of that, it is infinite. Because it's infinite, all things are within it, and therefore everything is possible. So, we can do a little bit of practice to move towards that state. But even that language itself is wrong, because if we say to move towards that state, it is as if then the state is somewhere else. Most Buddhist practices are about a path. We talk about yanas, which means vehicles, which are ways of traveling, and lam, paths, and graded paths, and so on, with the sense, here we are in some place not very good, and over there is some place very good, and if we go from here to there, life will get better. But what I'm just describing is, from the very beginning, our own nature, our own presence is completely pure. It means here and now, in the midst of all our thoughts and confusions, this open space is there. It's never changed. It hasn't been covered up by any of the wrong thoughts in our head. It's not made better by any of the good thoughts in our head. It's separate from these and yet not separate, in the way the reflection is not separate from the mirror and is separate from the mirror. So when we do the practice, we simply relax into presence with this natural state. Many of you know this basic practice. We rest our gaze into the space in front of us. The chin is slightly raised. The gaze is resting about an arm and a half length in front of you. As a way of securing this opening, we can visualize in front of us a letter R. You can use the Tibetan form of it or a capital A, and it's surrounded by a ball of rainbow light. This represents the presence of all the teachers of the lineage, all the teachers right back to Garab Dorje and beyond him to Kuntu Zangpo. You can imagine in your own heart also a letter R, which represents your basic openness. R equals the integration of emptiness or the Dharma Dhatu and awareness or Rigpa. So these two provide the matrix within which all manifestation occurs. We rest our gaze in this R in space, and then we recite the sound of R 3 times, and we rest with that for just a brief moment, and then let this R in front of you dissolve, and just rest into the space. And be with whatever is occurring. We're not going inside ourselves to meditate. We're not staring outside at things. We're observing how our body and this room and the sounds outside arise as the ceaseless flow of manifestation, of energy in the spaciousness of awareness. Don't block thoughts, feelings, sensations. Don't try to keep them out of your mind. Don't hang on to them and try and keep them in your mind. But just as there's a car going by, and it's gone. Same way, thought arises, and it's gone. And awareness is here, and awareness is here. So, whenever thoughts arise and seem to link together and become locked into a story, and you get carried off in that, very gently relax into the out-breath, and present just with the spaciousness, and inside that all phenomena will manifest as change. Okay? So we do this for a short period of time. So we'll do this practice more in the time we have available to us. And the key thing to observe in the practice, but also outside as we move towards taking a break now for lunch, just observe the impermanence of your thoughts. When you sit in the practice and the thought seems to tell you something real and you find yourself caught up in it, just observe how it goes. Thoughts are imposters. They claim to be something that they are not. They claim to have a validity and truth that they don't have. They claim to be in charge of the situation and to define the situation, but they don't do that. However, if we believe them, then it seems to be fine. It's like if you're traveling with a bunch of children in the train and you're not careful, the children will enjoy themselves, and they will talk, and they will start to talk more and more loudly because they're having a good time. And then you have to say, sweetheart, shh, there's other people here. Because children's tendency is to forget the context. They don't know where they are. They're just having a good time. This is what happens in the meditation. We tend to forget where we are. And we go off having a good time in the thoughts. Not only do we forget that we're in this room, but we forget that this room is not separate from the Dharma Dhatu. We are always in the Dharma Dhatu. This spaciousness is always there. It is the ground space in which the drama of our life unfolds. And if we forget the space, we are just caught up in whatever's going on, like children having fun together. But of course, when children have fun together, sooner or later someone starts crying. Okay, let's have a break for lunch. It's 1 o'clock now. If we meet back at 2:30, is that okay? And then we'll go on till, I don't know, 5:30, 6, something like that. Okay. So we were starting to look at this first point from Garab Dorje about coming to experience our nature as it is. In order to do this, we need to not focus on ourselves as if we were some kind of object. For example, it's easy enough to see what your hand looks like. You can hold it up in front of you and you can look at it and you can give an account of your hand, because your hand is something in the world with you. Your hand is something you relate to. You can do the same about your history. You can remember things from your past and you can give some kind of account of it. But your awareness as it is in the moment, the aspect of your existence which illuminates your experience, is not a thing which can be perceived. And this is the biggest transition possible, because all our lives we are simply concerned with the objects of experience, the things that we attend to. We look at other people, we look at our feelings, we look at our hopes and so on, and these are something that we stand in relation to. I can think of my childhood. I can think of where I live. I can think of my work, because there's a way in which I stand in relation to these phenomena. But who is the one who is having that experience? For example, say we think about Monday morning. All of us will do something on Monday morning, whether we're working or not. We can look ahead to that point and we can imagine I will be doing ... on Monday morning. In that way you stand in relation to the future. You imagine many of the factors that will be there, where you're likely to be, what you're likely to be doing, and so on. But who is the one who is imagining that? That person is not in the future. What is their status? What is their nature? Truly, what is the nature of the self, the one who is knowing? Are they merely a thought? Because the content of the thought about Monday morning easily vanishes. Something continues. That continuation of awareness, of presence, of clarity, this is the heart area that we're trying to investigate. But if you investigate it in the manner of it being a real thing, something which you can grasp, then the tendency is always to pull that new and fresh experience into the structure of something you know. So, I have a thumb on my right hand, and I have a brain in my head. Now, I can see my thumb. I've never seen my brain. In order to see my brain, I'd have to cut off the top of my head, which is probably not a good idea. One day in a car crash, I may find myself lying in a pool of blood with my brain in front of me. And my last thought is, oh, at last I meet you, dear friend. But till now, I don't see my brain. I take it for granted that it's there. It's a thing. Awareness is not a thing. This is the most central point. Because if you see something new in the manner of something familiar, you won't see that new thing. Freshness means not knowing. So to engage in this way is to profoundly not know anything. The traditional instruction is that after we do the open relaxation with the 3R, don't do anything at all. Who is not to do anything? A spiral of energy. The spiral of energy that appears to be I, me, myself. This self-energy is very active and creates the sense that something real is there. A thought arises, say a thought arises, it's wet today. In a sense, although the thought is connected with us, it's not so important. Thought comes, you're aware of it, then it goes. It's easier to see thoughts like that. The thought, oh shit, I forgot to do that. That's much more difficult, because that thought seems to arise inside you, as you, and to catch you. And it's exactly that sort of thought which is the sort of deep veil between us and the openness of our experience. So, in order not to believe that that thought is me, one has to relax completely and just allow whatever comes to come without identifying. But the thought is saying, I'm you. I'm you. It has this kind of hook. What does it hook? If the teaching of all the Buddhas is correct, it can't hook your awareness, because your awareness is like the surface of the mirror, completely smooth. It has no edges, no cracks. It's said to be like a ball. A ball has no corners and no edges. If you have something like this clock, we can see this is the front, this is the back. Because this clock has a differentiated shape, it's easy to see the difference between front and back. But if you have a ball has no side which is front and which is back. It's the same all the way round. Nothing to hold on to. In the same way, the mind is ungraspable. So what is hooked? The imposter is hooked. I feel this is what is happening to me. That movement is movement. Movement and stillness are not the same, but they're not different. Just as the mirror always has reflections inside it, our mind is always moving. We know this. You sit for meditation and there's always thoughts. Some of you probably choose to punish yourselves by imagining you shouldn't have thoughts when you meditate. Well, that's a personal choice. If you want to give yourself a hard time, you can try to meditate till you have no thoughts. But it will take you a very long time, because it's impossible. Unless you ask your beloved friend to hit you on the head with a hammer, you will continue to have thoughts. It's just a fact. But the thoughts and the mind itself are not the same. These are the two domains. In Dzogchen they talk about there is one ground, one basis for everything, which is the open, naked, pure, unformed dimension of awareness. And from this there arise two possible paths. One is the path of recognition of the ground, which is to say, to recognize that all thoughts, feelings, sensations, and so on are inseparable from our openness. They're just like a gift which magically arises, ceaselessly. And recognizing that, you can move inside this matrix of manifestation and bring some particular flavor or aspect to it. It's about participation in the flow of unfolding. On the other side, the other path, is to forget the ground. This forgetfulness is also coming from the ground. The ground shows itself as forgetfulness of itself. And inside that forgetfulness, there is a remembrance of things. This is what I have to do. This is who I am. This is where I'm going. And these thoughts chase each other round and round and round, pretending that it's real. But when we look back on our lives and we remember some of the obsessions that we've been involved in, maybe with a friend at school, or a first boyfriend or girlfriend, or a band you were particularly into, and it's gone. At one time, your life was completely defined by this set of activities and propositions. It was who you were, and now it's gone. This is amazing. It's gone. So, you are still here. Who is the one who is here? But when we stay in the realm of thought chasing thought, one kind of thought we call object, one kind of thought we call subject. These are two of the same category, but they look different. This is happening to me, I am going to do that. Object comes to subject, subject goes to object. They have the same nature. It is the movement of the mind, the energy of the mind. It is always impermanent and unstable as it arises. This we can know. This is not complicated. You sit on your bum for 2 minutes doing some meditation, and it's immediately your thoughts are always moving. The question is, where do thoughts come from? When the source of the thoughts is hidden from us, thoughts seem to be self-existing, and they seem to tell the truth about how things are. When we become aware of the source, thoughts are transformed without being changed. They're transformed because we now see them for what they are. They are forms of energy. They are forms of energy. That's all they are. And whose energy is this? You could say it's our energy, but in the moment that it's our energy, we are not a particular subject, we are not a particular thing. What is this energy? I, me, myself, and the whole of Macclesfield, and the whole of the world. This energy is infinite. This is unbelievable. That's why it's not a good idea to believe it. It's very important to practice it, because if you take this up as a dogma, you sound completely nuts. I am the world. We are the world. Not like that. Very directly, you see immediately everything is just this inexpressible integration. So that's the nature of the practice. And in order to do that, we have to do less. Do less means observe the whirlpools of attachment whereby thoughts link to other thoughts, and see what is there. So we go back and do this 3R practice again. If you find yourself being sleepy when you do that, just correct your posture a little bit, use your spine to support you. The more your skeleton supports you, the more your muscles will relax. If your muscles are being held tight, that will block your breathing, and that will bring a state of tension, which will excite more thought production. We do the 3 R's, stuff is happening, who is it happening to? It feels as if it's happening to you. Of course, you're there. But the question then is, who is the one it's happening to? Observe very gently. Try to see how, as it were, a subject-side thought and an object-side thought coincide. The thought, and the thought, these come together. You move towards something, something seems to be there and important, and they lock together. And then more thoughts feed out of that. Observing here doesn't mean pushing and staring and investigating in a hard way. Just very, very relaxed. Very relaxed. You could imagine you're lying on the beach someplace, the sun's behind you and there's a clear blue sky, and you see a big eagle flying in the sky, and it's just moving gently on the thermals. And there's nothing to do. You're just observing movement. It's like that. Try to have as much relaxation and spaciousness, and then allow everything to move. Maybe if you're looking here, some people's bodies will move a bit, noises from outside, thoughts, outside, inside. It's one united movement, and within that movement, everything is very calm. So this is a practice. Are there any questions about this before we begin?
When I was doing this earlier, I noticed your eyes hardly closed, and I thought you were like that Johnny Depp guy in the Pirates of the Caribbean, where he had them drawn on his eyelids. How do you manage not to blink? You know, I mean, I was falling asleep.
So the only thing that kept you awake was looking at, see what I was doing.
Waiting for the eyes to
Well, and one of the things, if you feel like that, you can explore what it is like to fall asleep. I mean, before we do the practice, concentrate on some deeper diaphragm breaths and try to sustain that all the way through, not to go into shallow upper chest breathing. To maintain a focus is just to be relaxed, because as soon as we get caught up in something, the body mobilizes itself. You know, when you see a dog sleeping and suddenly it's twitching and you can see that in its dream it's running, we're just the same as that. When these thoughts catch us, we go into mobilization. So again and again, you can use relaxation into the out breath, long, slow out breath, and relax. And this is not an interruption to the meditation. Whatever you do is now in the meditation. So if you're sitting and you're not comfortable, then you can move. Some people think they have to sit very still, and that's meditation, and if they move, they've broken their meditation. That's to make a very simplistic link between meditation and non-meditation. Meditation is simply a state of being relaxed and open, and inside that the body can move anyway. If you get a pain in your knee, you stretch your leg. Then the pain will go. Or you can be heroic and keep your legs tightly crossed and have a lot of pain. You have a choice. Either way, whether you stay with the pain or you move your knee, the thing is, don't lose the meditation. This is what you have to explore for yourself. So when you feel sleepy, just slightly increase the focus out. And then relax. So you're bringing it up as an intentional attention, and then you relax it. Then you become a bit more vibrant. But one of the reasons we often feel sleepy in this kind of practice is because we usually have something to hook our attention. It's the same with children, you know. They need something to keep them stimulated. They like something to be going on. And when on a day like this, if they're stuck at home, they say, "Mom, I'm bored." "Why don't you do this?" "I don't want to. I don't want to." It means this object, because I know it, I've done that game before, the game can't hold my attention. But here we're not talking about attending from the point of view of a subject focused on an object. Allow subject and object to move. If you feel bored, you just stay with the one who is bored. If you feel sleepy, if you can, stay with the one who is sleepy. Not pulling yourself back harsh, not trying to push this bad feeling away, but very gently just observing it. Almost like if you had a light dimmer switch on the wall, you just turn it up slightly, bring up the clarity, and stay with what's there. It takes a while to get used to doing that. A very important thing is never blame yourself in meditation. Everything is useful. Some people find these things very easy at first and then they get completely lost. Other people haven't a clue what's going on for a long time and then suddenly it gets clear. The main thing is just think, okay, this is what I'm going to do, and you keep doing it. And then gradually it gets better. Hopes and fears are a waste of time. If you want to learn the piano, you just work out what the notes are and you practice. And if you keep practicing, after a while you can do it better than you did it before. You won't be Ashkenazi, but anyway, you can do something. It's the same with this. But if you start blaming yourself, I can't do this, this is terrible, or, oh, this is really good. These kind of movements are a feedback loop to yourself, because what you're saying is, I am the one who does this. That is to say, you're starting with the answer. That's not a good place to start. Start with the question, who is the one who is doing this? If you think, I can't meditate, who is the one who says, I can't meditate? This is always the question, because if you observe any concretized position, you'll find it's already dissolving. But if you accept your concretized conclusion, I can't do this, or this is crap, something solidifies and seals over. And then you go out of the practice. Then you're just buzzing in your thoughts. Any other thoughts or questions before we begin? Okay. So, having a supported posture, gaze resting in the space. Okay. So when we do this kind of practice, you don't want to do it for too long, because the key point is to not make it a matter of effort. It's not a matter of will, but rather of relaxing and resting again and again. So, what is this natural condition? You say the mind itself has no shape or color. It's to say it's not a thing. And it means when we do the practice and some shape or color or form arises for us, then by definition, this is not the natural condition itself. This is something else. This is the reflection. The mirror shows what is there. The mirror is the illuminator. The reflection, even although it's bright, is not the illuminating thing. The reflection seems to show what is there. When you look in a mirror, you see your reflection. Your reflection shows you you. That seems to be the case. But what shows you the reflection is the mirror. If you see the reflection and you think, oh, it's the reflection that's very bright, the reflection is the illuminator, you forget about the mirror. You take the mirror for granted. This is what we do all the time. We take our thoughts and feelings, which are like the reflection in the mirror, we take them to be the primary illuminator, as if they're telling us who we are. So in the practice, we have to look again and again. Whenever we see something which has a shape and a form, it is by definition a reflection. It's something arising, something which is showing. It's not the mirror itself. It doesn't mean you have to push it away, you simply have to know what it is. In the same way, if you were going shopping for clothes, you look along the rail, and if you decide that you wanted to get a blue sweater, many green sweaters, many red sweaters, they're irrelevant. You don't need to pay any attention to them. You don't need to look and see whether they're made of mohair or what the cut or the design is, because you're looking for a blue sweater. No matter how wonderful the red sweater is, it has no interest. It doesn't mean it's bad. It doesn't mean you have to spit at it. It's just sitting there, not causing any trouble, and you have no desire. It's exactly the same. The more we understand that the site of illumination, the natural open awareness, has no shape and color, everything with shape and color is not that. So we already know what thoughts are. We've been spending a lot of time with thoughts. More thoughts come. Are we shopping for thoughts? Of course we are. We love thoughts. We can't get enough of them. Green, blue, yellow, red, we'll take any kind. We're not fussy. That's the sad thing about our situation. Any thought that comes along is immediately intriguing, fascinating. This is a little bit sad. Very sad. Nothing else to say. We're just lonely little souls. Anybody smiles at us across a crowded room and we smile back. Will you love me? Do you want me? Any thought comes in our head. Oh, take me home with you. I like you. Off we go, thinking about anything. This is a bit pathetic. So, observing that, because that's the nature of attachment. The ego needs something to be attached to because it doesn't have any other function. It doesn't have any other function. Half a zip is useless. You need to have the other half. So the thought is looking for another thought. Huh? That's what happens. This is why thoughts chase thoughts all the time. Feeling, sensation. The ego is a quality of energy. It's not a thing. It's a tendency to seek wrapping, a tendency to seek contact, to seek the building up, the stabilization of possibilities. It's an activity. That's why the root instruction is, don't do anything at all. As much as possible, relax. Clearly, some of you have done a lot of shamatha practice, focusing on settling the breath, on the breath or an external fixation. That's a very useful support for doing this kind of practice, because here we're seeking not to be distracted by any object at all. In the more outer forms of shamatha, we use the outer focus, the breath, the statue of the Buddha, the pebble, whatever, that's what we focus our mind on. Here the object of our meditation is whatever arises, seen from the vantage point of the one who never arises. Yeah?
Yes, sorry to interject.
Yeah,
but
fine.
in the practice, I was a little bit unclear about. Sorry, let me start again. I felt that perhaps what I was trying to do, or what we were being asked to do, was to try to become aware of the mind apart from thoughts, the nature of the mind,
Yeah.
or the nature of the
Yeah.
mirror as you described.
Yeah.
But in the process of doing that, that for me itself is a process of thought. That's where I was getting kind of
Right.
caught up
Okay.
in. And I wondered if you
Yeah.
could say something to that.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. You know, if you look at your hand, you can see your hand. And this is our normal way. When we look for something, it's as if we're going towards it, seeking it. What we're practicing is, as it were, how to be aware of awareness itself. And actually, the only way to do it is by being aware.
So it's not something we're seeking after, because I mean that's kind
No.
of what it felt a bit like. Do you know what I mean? I was
Yeah,
kind of looking
yeah,
for it and using
yeah,
thought to
yeah.
do that.
Yeah. So it's about being present as awareness, not seeking for something which is somewhere else. But we constantly fall into the fixation on the thought. So that's why relaxing back into that primary presence is at the heart of it. So we're not trying to do something, we're not trying to get somewhere else, but at the same time we're not just falling asleep. So being present, like if you imagine lying on a beach, there's nothing to do, you hear the sound of the waves, it's a bit like the way the cars go past on the wet ground, and you're there, but there's nothing to do, you don't have to be busy with it. So it's a kind of hospitality in which you're spaciously accepting whatever's there, because you have no sense of danger. You're not going to be invaded and taken over. There's no sense of responsibility. Life's just tumbling on, the seagull flies by and makes a noise. You're part of the world. That's one of the very best things about a holiday. You just have these moments where you're just there. You're reintegrated. You're back as a participant of the universe rather than bopping around in your head trying to make sense of things. So that's really what we're doing in the practice. It's trying to slip into that state and stay present in it. And as the various hooks back into the centrality of I, me, myself, and what I have to be busy with, as these hooks come, just gently relaxing and letting them go. It's almost like rebalancing oneself. And in a sense, being out of balance, you know that more clearly than being balanced, because balance is almost invisible. But off balance brings a pressure. So it's getting accustomed to the insubstantiality of the balance.
The way you describe it like that, it sounds like I feel I wasn't doing too bad a job of it. But what I was again becoming aware of when you were speaking was there's kind of almost like a desire arising for something special to happen. And that was taking me away from just doing the practice as you just described it, because I thought something more should happen. And then that became a distraction from doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're like getting into jhana or whatever.
Yeah. In the Tibetan language, they have a phrase, tamal gishepa, ordinary knowing or ordinary consciousness, and that it's not different from this bright, shining mind. And the way the mind shines is with colors like dark brown, grey, dirty green. It's not sort of bright with the primary colors like in the tanka. So if we go back to this idea of the one ground and two paths, when you're connected with the ground, even depression is the radiance of the mind. Sadness is the radiance of the mind. We think it's going to be some special, bright, illuminating thing, but once we see it, we see these different textures are also just how energy moves. And then instead of being discriminating from the point of view of, I like this, I don't like that, I want to feel happy, I want to feel confident, I want to feel spacious. But now I find myself feeling tired and bored and I've had enough. Well, what is that? Where does that come from? If it's correct that the mind is infinite, there is no other source. Once we realize that everything in Britain is made in China, you don't have to look at the label. Of course it's made in China. So, if everything comes from the Dharma Dhatu, don't look at the label. Whatever arises is just emptiness. And therefore, the discrimination, it's not the way it should be, is just another thought. Just another thought. But each of these thoughts, this is what's so incredibly cunning about them. Each one says, I tell the truth. I tell the truth. They can't all be right. Okay, so if we do the practice again, this time we take up the question, what does the mind rest on? So, the way to do that is you're not setting yourself a kind of a question like in school or an exam question. It's not a question to be solved. It's more just, I don't know, say you went to the ballet, you might think, how do the corps de ballet collaborate in this particular production? So you're not sitting there like a critic, you're just observing. You're just letting it reveal itself. So we do the 3R and we're sitting. Whenever you find your sense of self or centered in something, whenever you appear to be positioned in one place, just observe that. That is to say, not observe it as looking across the room. I can see you, you can see me. But observe it in the way of being present with it. For example, say you had a toothache. If you want to feel what it's like, you can kind of go into it and you're just present with that toothache. And you feel the sensation. In that moment, you're not looking at it. In a sense, you're not paying attention to it. You've become a receptive space of awareness which allows the pain in the tooth to reveal itself most fully. Does that make sense? So we're trying to do exactly the same here with this quality of awareness. So if you find maybe some thing around your shoulder or something that seems to be your head, or whatever it would be that seems to say, this is my center, this is who I am, then just attend to it. Offer it space in which it can reveal itself. And if it endures truly through time, perhaps it is the correct statement. And if it changes, well, it's perhaps showing that it's just an impermanent idea. Does that make sense? Any thoughts or questions about that? Okay. So just take a few minutes and see if you can articulate to a neighbor what you find your mind resting on. What's your actual experience? Not some kind of theory, but what, when you sit like that, what do you actually experience going on? Okay, so let's see if there's any things you'd like to say about your discussions.
Is it possible to see does the phenomenal world stop? I mean, do you see this kind of crystal-y thing, this mirror thing?
Oh yeah, it's marvelous. I think you're the only one that didn't get it. No. I mean, it's exactly that. You know, if you took the practice just to look at an ordinary mirror, and you're looking in the reflection, and you're kind of intrigued by it, you know, so you're looking at yourself brushing your teeth, and you just, oh yeah. And then you see the frame of the mirror, and then you recognize this is a reflection. But when you don't recognize it's a reflection, you think, oh, this is me. You're looking at yourself, and you don't have any sense, this is not me out there. So it's like that. Nothing is actually changed, but you now see what its root is. You see what its status is. Like the Buddha said, it's like an illusion. It's like the reflection of the moon on water. So, or like a mirage. You're driving along on a hot day, and you see this water shimmering on the road. You think, that's funny, it's very hot. And they say, it's a mirage. But at first, it looks like water. It appears to be something, but it's not. And when we suddenly realize, oh, it's just an appearance, then why would you get so hung up about it? Why would you get so caught up? So it's more like just a release. Oh. Any other thoughts or questions?
Well, I think your question is, what does the mind rest on?
Yeah.
Is that right? And my answer is, I couldn't find anything for itself.
Mm-hmm.
That was what came to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So then the question would be to stay with that through time. That this point of presence or awareness is not resting on anything, and yet it's here. Now, everything else that we know in the world is resting on something. You know, our identity rests on a passport in some way, because if you try to leave the country without a passport, they won't let you do it. You want to open a bank account, you need to take some local utility bill and so on. Our identity in many ways is built up in these constructed ways. But now if you start to have an experience, there's no substance to this. And just allow that experience to enlarge itself, so that you now have a point of lucidity to remain with as other thoughts come, which pull you into a different definition. Because as long as what you've said has its basis as a cognition, this is the conclusion I've got to, it has no more or less status than another cognition. And then it tumbles back in. So it's something to stick with the naked experience just prior to that consolidation as a cognition. And try to keep that, whatever thoughts are arising.
So is that same as, say, that lucidity we were just talking about, is that the same as that sort of space you have around? Sorry, try again. That, you know, I think earlier you were talking about space.
Mm-hmm.
Or my experience was a bit like, you got a feeling, or you got a thought, and then you got something that's sort of big and open around you, and you can look at it.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm. So that spaciousness or openness or emptiness and awareness are inseparable. So instead of the clarity arising from something, it is a property of that which is no thing. And in that sense, it's not created by anything else. And so it's truly self-existing. Now, everything else we have is created by something. This room is created, all the buildings are created, our bodies are created out of something. Therefore, they are dependent on the factors of maintenance, and when these factors of maintenance cease, we fall apart. But the mind itself, because it is inseparable from space, because it's not something which can be grasped, is indestructible. And this is at the heart of this experience of Vajra, of indestructibility. Because the Buddha said, all compounded things will come to an end. Everything which has a beginning will have an end. All constructions will gradually collapse through time. So in the course of our lives, we build up various things. You might build up a career or a relationship, and suddenly, somehow, it starts falling apart. And you think, oh, what was that all about? Why did I bother? And we see many, many examples of effort leading nowhere. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't make any effort at all. To be in the world, we have to participate, which means using effort, but without the hope that it will give us something solid. If we realize that energy is merely participation, it's just about being in this non-dual flow of experience, and the ground of that movement is nothing at all. Now this is a big mystery. How can something come out of nothing? Well, that's because something is always nothing, even when it comes out of nothing. That's why we have this image of the mirror. The reflection in the mirror is insubstantial. It's there, but it's not there.
Can something ever be vibrations?
Yeah. Yeah. This vibration is another way of describing the energetic quality. So in this room, as we look round, we see different shades on the color of the wall according to the proximity of a light to the wall, and as the light shifts outside. So presumably the walls have all been painted this same sort of yellowy tone, but when you look round, you see many different kinds of yellow. So it shows the relational quality, and of course it's also displayed according to where we are sitting in the room. The thingness of things is always an abstraction. The actual thingness of things is nothing at all. The real essence of all phenomena is nothing. The imputed essence is constructed out of abstract concepts. So I can say, I am male, I am Scottish, I live in London. Scottishness is an abstraction. Male is an abstraction. It's a concept. Nobody can define what it is.
So is vibration and sound classed as nothing?
Well, the thing is, sound is ungraspable.
That's what I mean.
Things manifest, but they're ungraspable. You see the reflection of the moon on water. It looks like the moon, but you put your hand in the pond and you won't get anything. Same when somebody says something, you hear what they say, and then it's gone. You walk, and it's gone behind you. If you walk from one end of the street to the other end, when you look back, you don't find yourself still walking. You've already left. Every step, you're already going. Since you came out of your mother's belly, you haven't stopped still at all. Move, move, move. Even when you sleep, twitch, twitch, move, stretch. All the time. Nothing stable. Now, that could be very frightening if you're trying to hold it together. But I want to know who I am. I want to work out what the purpose of my life is. But you can't find it out from the outside. I see these, usually they're young men, poor young men, often 20 years of age. They don't want to come to therapy, but they kind of get dragged by their family. And their parents say he just sits in his room all day, he won't do anything, he doesn't want to talk to us. And it always transpires that this poor person is trying to work out the meaning of life. Until I know what I want to do with my life, I can't enter into the world. It's not like that, you see. You come into the world, and then you find out what it is. You have to act, and through your action, your life is revealed to you. Because that's what life is. Life is a revelation through participation. So sitting in your bedroom trying to work out the meaning of existence won't get you very far. All you're participating in is your boring, stale thoughts going round and round and round. Stop every half an hour to look at you in the mirror for the acne and squeeze a pimple. Well, this is not the very profound way of existing. So, but the question is, if you participate in life, maybe you're getting the wrong thing. Maybe I've got it wrong. How will I know? Maybe I should have another life. Maybe I'd be happier doing something else. There is no end to thoughts like that. So, these thoughts are just movements of energy.
Is your mind energy?
The mind is space and energy. Space and energy. The spacious part is resting and never moves, and the energetic part is always moving. In very simple terms, the problem that we make, what creates what we call samsara, is that we try to stabilize the energy. But the energy never stops. So you spend all your time trying to make something stable, which of its very nature is moving. And because that work never comes to an end, you have no time to look at the other bit of yourself, which is stable and never moved. So if you want stability, just look the other direction. It's always there. Just like that. But of course, when you're looking at energy as it manifests, it's quite exciting. It seems to be something more to grasp. And that's our fixation, subject onto object. When we look at the space, you can't see space. So it's as if nothing's there. Yes, nothing is there, but it's there. And so it's to find yourself present as space, which is lucid and radiant and constantly manifesting phenomena. So that the space and the movement are not two separate categories, but are non-dual, inseparable. But because we are so tilted in the direction of manifestation, in the direction of experiencing something going on, it's quite difficult for us to step back and be in space. No. Glad to hear it.
Some Buddhist teachers seem to say that enlightenment is space. Didn't the Buddha say that infinite space was just part of samsara?
I don't know if the Buddha said that. I'd be very sad if he did.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what he said.
Infinite space is just part of samsara.
Yeah.
Well, there are said to be three things which are uncompounded. Enlightenment, the moment of enlightenment, and space. I suppose it depends on what text you read. But generally speaking, infinite space as the Dharma Dhatu, as the spaciousness which is inseparable from radiant mind, is something which is the basis of enlightenment. Space as a phenomena outside, as one of the elements which you might think of as a space over there, well, that would not be a fundamental proposition. But the mind has no substance to it. Something which has no substance to it can't be said to be here, there, or anywhere else. And so in the tantric tradition, it's said to be the same as space, which is why in these tankas, generally speaking, you see the deity against a clear blue sky. And when you do the visualization, you imagine in front of you this infinite blue sky, which represents emptiness. And within this, there comes the seed syllable leading to the mandala and the deity and so on. So in the Tibetan, in the Sanskrit tradition, it's called Dharma Dhatu. Dhatu is space. That's what this lineage says. So maybe somewhere in some book it says something else. But I don't think they're talking about the Dharma Dhatu. Because there are two things here. One is the world of experience, and the other is the world of abstraction. When philosophers talk about space as a concept, that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the immediacy of the ungraspability of awareness, which is called Dharma Dhatu. Makes me happy anyway, and I don't feel too confused. So,
awareness is
yeah, according to the tantric tradition and Dzogchen tradition, yeah. But awareness is ungraspable. I mean, with all of these things, we have to remember the real truth can't be spoken. So everything we make is a kind of gesture. It's a sort of massage. So if I'm explaining this, I'm trying to massage you slightly, just to loosen the texture a little bit. But your health is your health. Your experience is yours. All I can do is a little bit of this. I can't give it to you. Nobody can give it to you. It doesn't come out of anyone's mouth. So there's something about how you find yourself at home with this. And each of us has to settle into that state ourselves. So if we hold on to the words too strongly and make them very definitive, that's not so helpful. They're more like metaphors or allusions or little tickles, little caresses that bring about a kind of like that. It's quite nice. The Buddha massage parlor. Whereas, of course, in Buddhism you have philosophy, you have all the Sautrantika and Prasangika schools, and they debate very much about this is this or not, or yes or no. That's useful for clearing away certain problems. But for meditators, to be too sharp and too definitive, yes, no, good, bad, is not helpful, because all of these are ephemeral propositions arising and passing. Mm-hmm.
Are you saying that if you just keep doing that, you'll get the non-dual thing?
Yeah. because they've been non-dual from the very beginning. In the same way, when you look in the mirror,
is it that straightforward?
Is that exactly that straightforward? When you recognize looking in a mirror that this is just a reflection, wow! God, it's just a reflection. It's always been just a reflection. It was always there in front of our nose, but we didn't see it because we took it as real. And as soon as you stop taking it as real, it's always what it's always been. But the karmic energy of taking it as real is very strong. So you get these moments of relaxation and lucidity, and then suddenly you're tied up in these knots again, struggling to make sense of things, feeling that you have to do it, it's all up to me. And then gradually you get a bit more spaciousness. I mean, it's always spacious, but it's just the knots tie themselves again in a very dynamic way. Okay, shall we take a little break here and then come back and do more discussion and practice? In our Western culture, we have all sorts of categories for organizing our experience. And one important set of polarized categories is reality and fantasy. Things are real, or it's just a fantasy. This is very different from according to Buddhist culture, because the Buddha says everything is an illusion. So illusion is how things are, and the fantasy is the fantasy that things are inherently real. So reality is a fantasy, and illusion is true. That is a complete reversal of vision. So if you want to know if something is true or not, you can't look at the normal ways that we would test whether something is real. So I remember a long time ago when I was in Afghanistan and the Americans had just sent up a man onto the moon, and they had these pictures outside the embassy. In the Afghanis were saying, well, it's just a photo. You can, like in the movies, people make some illusion. This is an American movie. Nobody can go to the moon. Because so for them, the reality is the moon's very, very far away and people don't go there. So it depends on what your frame of reference is. But we, the Americans, would say, no, actually, these are ignorant people, and we can show, we have evidence that a person actually went there. It is a reality. It may look like a fantasy. It may be unbelievable, but we can prove it. We have data, we have solid information, and if you study the facts, then you will see a man actually went to the moon. In Buddhism, all the things that make up our ordinary sense of reality are primarily seen as constructs. They appear to be the case, and they appear to be the case because we are taken in by them. We are mesmerized by the fruits of our own creativity. So, we're in this building. There is, if you like, an ordinary reality to this building. It's in the same place it was when I came here last time. So it seems to exist enduring through time as something substantial. And we could say that proves there is a reality to this building. What it actually shows is there is a familiarity to this building, that it can be fitted inside the matrix of our ordinary associations. When we say that it's an illusion, it means there is no inherent self-substance in any of the articles in this room, including ourselves. The floor, which is a solid floor, we walk across this floor with confidence, is made up of bits of wood put together. Because the bits of wood have been put together rather well, it reinforces our confidence in it. But when we look down at the floor, we see there are many, many planks. If we took up all these planks of wood and piled them against the wall, the floor wouldn't be like this. What we see as the floor is a screen masking what's underneath it. We don't think of it in that way because we want to walk on it with confidence, and we say, oh, that's the floor, it's a wooden floor, it's substantial, we're okay. We take that concept in a feedback loop to ourselves to reassure ourselves this is safe. It's the same with the walls. The walls will be made of brick or poured concrete. They have an origin in time and space. There is a history. This is not a very old building. But once it's in place, it seems as if it has always been here. It's just what it is. And this notion of things being just as they are involves a kind of magic rubber. And this rubber erases history, erases cause and effect, and creates the sense that things just are what they are. And then, well, that's it. But it's not just it, because various things are required to keep a building like this going. Heating, lighting, and so on. People to come and open the building, to tidy it, and so on. If that doesn't happen, this building doesn't function the way it is. It is a work in progress. Everything we encounter is a work in progress. It's either in the progress of changing in a very manifest way or changing in subtle ways. But everything is always changing. So, and as we looked earlier, the room is co-constructed with the quality of our attention and with the nature of the thoughts that we have in our head. So we bring certain attitudes to coming into a room like this. Some people who come here for the first time are very familiar with rooms with paintings in them, like these paintings. Other people are not. For some people it's reassuring, for other people it's maybe a bit shocking, which could be exciting or agitating according to their particular disposition. That is to say, they will have an experience which feels real to them and which is generated out of the patterns of their historical development as a human being. What is real in that? Things are intense or subtle. Things are longer lasting or very brief. Things are inspiring or deflating. Many different qualities. But what would the proof of the reality of something be? From the Buddhist point of view, there is no reality in the sense of something which is objectively there by itself and connected with us. As soon as things are connected with us, we are involved in them, and then they are subjective. If they are not connected with them, we've no idea whether they exist or not, and so good luck to them. About that we don't speculate. There may be people on Mars. If we get to Mars, that will be interesting. If we're not on Mars, that doesn't mean anything. Because on the level of experience, what is important is the nature of the showing of ourselves in the moment, rather than abstract categories. The biggest problem we have is that we rely on extrapolating ourselves from a situation and extrapolating the situation from the situation. So we think about what has happened. Who is the one thinking about what has happened? Not the one who was in the experience, because our minds and moods have shifted and moved on. We're not thinking about the situation itself, because that's already gone. We're thinking about the echoes, the constructs that we've made on the situation. Like, again, this case of this poor young child who was so cruelly killed. The big investigation into that is almost archaeological. Be reading reports, interviewing people, getting accounts of events that have long since gone. And out of that trying to create something. What will they create? This report shows the facts. But the facts of what? Not the facts of the baby's experience, which is in many ways the only real thing that matters. So the abstraction of the investigation will lead to further bureaucratic rules, regulations, abstractions. And then real human beings who are tired, who feel underpaid, who've got backache, you know, who've got menstrual pain or whatever it would be, they're thinking, shit, why do I work in this fucking place? That's what social workers usually feel. Monday morning, they cross the threshold and they think, fucking hell, why haven't I given up my job yet? So, from that point of view, having another load of bureaucracy to read, what help is that going to be? This is the world that we live in. So much encouragement to go up in a helicopter and think about things. And from this vantage point up here, everything is wonderfully clear. You know, you go for your cognitive behavioral therapy. First class helicopter, absolute clarity, now I know what to do. Helicopter comes down, you're in your ordinary life, and it's very different. So you go back next week to your therapist, up in the helicopter again. Have you done your homework? No. Why not? Because my life's in my face. And yeah, if you don't do your homework, nothing will change. Okay, back up in the helicopter. Now I see why I should do my homework. Then you go back into your life, down in the... What the fuck am I supposed to do? Huh? Everything's clear up there. Maybe that's the space the Buddha was talking about. That space of abstraction. That's not very helpful. That really is samsara. The space of hindsight, the space of foresight. Actual sight, embedded vision in this world is always one of complexity. So what we are really concerned with here is experience. And experience is always immediate and ungraspable. And yet it is us. The immediacy means you don't have too much time to think. We can think about things afterwards and before, but in the moment, if you're having a conversation with someone, you're in it. You find yourself saying things. These things happen and reveal themselves. This, in the Dzogchen tradition, they use the word Khandrup. And Khandrup means created in a moment. It means immediately here. And this is the nature of our lives. How to be present in the immediacy of the situation, rather than trying to create a split screen for ourselves where we are half there and half processing it. Because this, of course, is what we learn as children. We're told, relax, count up to 10, think about what you want to say, prepare. And so there's the immediacy of the situation and our game plan. And often there's more game plan than immediacy. In Dzogchen, the goal is to get to a place where you don't have any game plan at all. Where you can just trust the immediacy of your embodied existence. That's very nice. Because the validity of the experience is revealed through the connection. That's why in therapy, in many ways, group therapy is the best. Because in a group therapy, too much is going on for the therapist to even imagine they know what to do. So they find themselves somehow responding. But if you have a one-to-one, you can kind of shuffle the cards a bit and be a bit in control. But if you have to be a participant, that's when things become more interesting. Because you have to find how you can be simultaneously with the experience of how other people are. You can't control, but you also don't want to be trampled underfoot. So how can there be enough space for you to be you and me to be me as we move towards each other? Because of course, as soon as we recognize each other, a new system is created. It's no longer me going to meet you, but there's you, me, as an evolving, complex manifestation. Now, that involves feeling from the belly, feeling from the heart, as well as being in your head, so that you are part of what's going on. And we began today by thinking a little bit about the things that keep us apart, away from the possibility of participation. The furniture in our head, the assumptions, ideas and memories that we've all accumulated. If we really investigate that, we may come to see that being fresh in the moment allows us an ease of being which is much greater than that created by planning. Trusting the moment. Now, trusting the moment doesn't mean being stupid. It doesn't mean you have to forget what you know. It's not the same as an impulse, but it has to do with the lived experience of non-duality. That is to say, I have never been out of this world. I am always in this world with you. Even if I go into my own house and I want to close the door and keep other people out, I'm still part of the world. There is nowhere else to go. We are always connected. So my being, my existence is always with others. So if I sit inside myself and try to think what will I do, it's an illusion. Because there isn't a me moving towards you, but as soon as I'm moving towards you, something else is happening. Does that make sense? Does that seem to fit with your experience? So, if that is the case, the main thing we can do is try to attend to ourselves and attend to the environment as they evolve together. This is the meaning of non-duality. Not just one thing, it's not all about me, not two separate things, but the inseparability of whatever category you set up. So, here we have a throne. Now, the throne would not be here if there wasn't the floor. Because if there was no floor, the throne would fall through the hole. It might end up in Australia, we don't know. But anyway, it wouldn't be in here. So, the throne is not self-existing, it's existing on the floor. We take the floor for granted, and so we say, this is a throne. It's not a throne, it's a throne plus a floor. Now, the floor wouldn't be here without the ceiling, because otherwise the rain would come in and corrupt the floor. So we have the floor and the ceiling and the throne. But the floor and the ceiling couldn't exist together without the walls. So now we've got floor, ceiling, walls. The walls, an old woman who swallowed a fly. I don't know why. It's like, there's the whole of samsara is linked together in order to support this one object. We can't separate things because there are no things. This is the most fundamental understanding of Buddhism. It comes through impermanence. It comes through the understanding of dependent co-origination. It comes through the understanding of emptiness. It comes through the understanding of the nature of the three kayas, the three aspects of the Buddha. It comes through the realization of Mahamudra and Dzogchen. There are no fixed things. Nothing is real. Everything is linked, joint appearances. The endless play of energy within infinite space, space which is inseparable from awareness. So, in practical terms, in the meditation, we do the 3R practice, we open, we are with what's going on, and then, especially if we're practicing on our own, at the end of the practice, we simply move. In the practice, our bodies also are allowed to move, but at the end of it, we move. The body moves and the mind moves. We get up, and we maybe pick up the telephone, or we say something to someone. Where is that movement occurring? In the same space as the meditation. The mind has no front and no back. There is no end to meditation. You can't go into meditation and you can't come out of meditation. You don't go into the real nature of the mind and then come out of it. We're always in it. We forget we're always in it, but the fact you forget you're in it doesn't take you out of it. This is what people start to realize now with ecology. You can treat the world like shit, You can burn it up and chop down everything, but you're still living on it. And if you treat where you live like a toilet, you're going to have to live with a long bad smell. That's our experience. And it's exactly the same in terms of the meditation. There is no limit to the mind, so why would your meditation ever stop? It stops because you abandon the open state, which is always there, in favor of fusion with thoughts, feelings and sensations. We get caught up in something. We start worrying about something. And then, as soon as that thought ends, instead of relaxing back into openness, we get more of the same. Another sort of thought and another sort of thought. So that we've shifted from an open dimension into the foreclosure of attachment to impermanent, empty phenomena as if they were solid and substantially real. And that's what we experience every day. And when we experience things in that way, we get a lot of grief. So, the function of the practice is to keep integrating every experience into the state of openness. It never actually strays from the experience of openness, but we slip after it and grasp it as real. For example, let's hope this doesn't happen, but for example, say this evening somebody phones you and says, oh, some bad things happened. A friend of yours is in a car crash. We say, oh, that's terrible. It is terrible, but it's not real. What does that mean? Well, if they're in a car crash, they're probably already in hospital. They're in hospital and they're going to live or they're going to die. If they're going to die, gradually the consciousness releases its merging into the body and goes off on its journey into another life. If they're going to live, the consciousness gradually returns and they find themselves lying in a bed looking at all the bandages and, oh God, what's happened to me? Twofold. Oh, how are you? I can't bear. Oh, it's terrible. And then tears come. Oh, it's terrible. What's terrible? Terrible is tears coming out. Terrible is, ooh, ooh, ooh. It's terrible. Boom, full stop. Terrible. It's terrible for a while. They get better or they die. What do you want? It's impermanent. Do you see what I mean? You don't have to give up on the Kleenex. You can cry if you want. You can be affected. You don't have to become like a machine. Don't make it too solid. Crying and being upset is an experience in time. Laughing and being happy is an experience in time. Kissing is an experience in time. Fighting is an experience in time. They are movements of energy. They are not solid and they are not real. So when we say it's terrible, two things are happening. One is we're expressing an emotion, a sense of connection to the situation, and that also is changing as the words come out of our mouth. And the other aspect of it is usually we're concretizing it. And we're saying to ourselves, this is terrible, it shouldn't have happened, oh, I'm so sad. Boom, boom, boom. And it, have you heard the news? It's awful. Oh, oh. People say all these things and all the energy collapses and it's as if it shouldn't have happened. Oh, these things happen, we're all going to die. How do you want to die? Do you want to die in your bed? Do you want to die asleep? Do you want to die awake? Do you want to die walking, kissing, sitting in the bath? How do you want to die? What's a good death? What do you think? Drinking champagne? Or a good burgundy? What year shall we choose? Huh? Or perhaps a brandy? What's the last flavor you want in your mouth? Huh? How shall we die? We don't know. We don't know any of these things. We live in a big world of not knowing. So trying to concretize things and making them very, very definite is not necessarily very useful. So part of the practice is to observe how you use your energy. Do you use your energy to connect and participate, or to solidify? One common way of solidifying is judgment. That's not good. This is good, this is bad. This tends to cut little shapes around particular moments and fix them in time as having clear attributes which don't vanish. Is that true? If the Buddha's teaching on dependent co-origination is true, and we can observe for ourselves whether it's true or not, if it's true, then it means everything is connected to everything else. And the evaluation that we give to a situation is circumstantial. And if that's the case, why are we so strong in our judgment? So if we just relax the judgment, prior to the judgment is the clarity of the discrimination. So you go into a cafe and you get a cup of coffee. Oh, what's this? Terrible coffee. What is terrible coffee? This coffee I don't like. Someone else might like that coffee. But for me it's terrible coffee. This place is crap. I'm not coming back here again. So each step there, you have the discrimination, the immediacy of the moment of the taste in your mouth leading to a very solid decision about this place and what they do here, and it's ridiculous. All of that may not be correct. The person might have been in a bad mood, they might not have made this particular cup of coffee with much care and attention, and so on and so on. There are many factors there. All you know is this is not a good cup of coffee for me. And also maybe for me at this time today. Maybe at another time you wouldn't be so bothered. So what we can do is to observe how we solidify situations, and through that then restrict our sphere of operation. In Tibetan they have a word choyul. Chopa means to behave or to move, and yul means dimension or sphere. And we say that, for example, the Dakinis move in the sky. The sky is their sphere of movement, and Padmasambhava's sphere of movement is on this earth. So it's like, what is our sphere of movement? What do we operate in? Because if our world is made up of judgments, definite knowledge, solid things, we are going to be moving in a particular way. But if our movement is in a sphere of light, of openness and potential, it's going to be very different. Because we'll see the shimmering possibilities moment by moment in different situations. Which means that you can move with any situation. It doesn't mean that you won't know the difference between a good cup of coffee and a bad cup of coffee. But there's a way of being with that just as an experience. Why do we need to make a huge conclusion about it? You know, this idea that Iran is part of the axis of evil. These kind of highly deterministic statements that come out from the Pentagon are very dangerous to us. Because some people have decided what has value and what doesn't have value. Who are the good guys and who are the bad guys? But many people might think the guys in the Pentagon are the bad guys. So then where do we go? This is part of the trouble of our world. That the people fighting the war on terror don't realize that the so-called terrorists think that the people fighting the war on terror are the real terrorists. And they say it from the heart. America is a terrorist nation. People mean that. That's what they see. That's their experience. The Americans say, no, they're the terrorists. They say, no, you're the terrorist. But America has bigger guns and more people employed. So they're able to write the rule book here and take it into the United Nations. It's only opinions. This is the meaning of illusion. It's the moon on water. It appears to us from our position that you guys want to destroy us. What might happen at that point would be the question, why? Why do you, Muslims, want to attack America? Well, there are plenty of Muslims who have been explaining for a very long time why they like America just to behave in a different way. But if you don't ask the question, if you start with the answer, the world looks very different, doesn't it? Because immediately you're into games of power and hostility. What happens in the outside world is exactly what happens in our head in meditation. Thoughts and feelings arise. We know what they are. We come up with the answer. We name our experience. We put everything in its proper place. We don't ask the question. Who is the one who is having this experience? How is this arising? What is this? Is it solid and real? Is it insubstantial and transient? Asking the questions is the central part of the path in Dzogchen. We're not trying to get anywhere. There's no sense that there is some happy land far, far away that we need to go to. Everything is already here. What hides the immediacy of that from us is all the answers we've already given. If we start to be suspicious of our answers and more open to questions, then this wall of illusion starts to thin and we get flickers of the underlying spaciousness. So this is the heart of how we practice bringing this into the world. It means observing how we mobilize our energy towards other people. Listen to ourselves speaking. Are we speaking with great vehemence? Are we trying to convince other people of what we say? What are we up to? Why do we need other people to believe us? Are we trying to convert them? The central thing is just to think, oh yeah, this is what I'm doing. Not blaming ourselves, not immediately imagining, oh, I should be doing something different. But just observe, oh, this appears to be what I'm doing, and this is the outcome. Is it a very useful outcome? If not, we can try something else different and just observe how we move in the world and what sort of consequences we have and how other people are. Some people are quite relaxed and friendly. Other people are very judgmental and critical. Other people are quite cruel and disparaging. At least, of course, some of the time, because nobody's like that all the time. But if our luck is to constellate, to bring to the fore, for example, the contemptuous aspect of someone, then for us, that person is a bit sharp and a bit dangerous. What shall we do? You have some choices. If you feel outraged that that's how they are, that will diminish the range of possibilities you have. Because you've already said that it's wrong for them to be the way they are. They are how they are. What do you want to do? You can avoid them. You can try to work with it. If they're very, very rigid, there's maybe less freedom to work with it. It's just like that. It's not so complicated. What you can, though, do is start to observe how come you actually don't have much freedom. What is the rule book in your head which establishes the prohibition on action? And that's what I was describing earlier with this wheel of life that's on the wall. This potter's wheel, the shapes of the cups that have come into being in your head, the things that you believe about who you are, what you're entitled to do, These are the determinants of how you interpret the world and how you respond. So, just observing for ourselves how we behave. Walking along in a wet Saturday night, seeing groups of young people getting ready to get pissed. We think, why did they do that? They do it because we are too old to do it. They have to do it for us. They're acting on our behalf. Just observe the kind of judgments that arise in your mind. See how you make sense of the world. And observing that, let that drop and look with fresh eyes. Maybe it looks different. Maybe you can be moved in a different way. Because any situation can reveal multiple possibilities. Multiple possibilities. It's the same with ourselves. If you judge yourself harshly, if you have habitual anxieties and doubts, if you have strong negative beliefs about yourself, just observe how these function and gently explore, are they true? In my experience, human beings believe lots of false things about themselves. Very often, nasty, horrible people believe that they're very nice, and very good-hearted people believe they're terrible. So that the good-hearted people always think, must try harder, and the nasty, self-indulgent ones think, I'm doing a good job. This is quite sad, quite tragic. So we have to try to observe, what are my beliefs? What is the basis of my identity? What do I build my house on? It's what we began with today. Every time thoughts arise in our mind, and without any clarity we merge with them, we are presenting a particular positioning of ourselves. And that position then influences the next position and the next position. So all day long we go through these particular distortions, and each distortion reveals the world in a particular way. We don't have an ongoing clarity. So very important to go back again and again and observe, how am I construing my world? There is no right and wrong in this. It's not that you have to get rid of all the bad thoughts and replace them with good thoughts. That's the general path of Mahayana Buddhism. Rather, what we're concerned with is to observe the nature of how thoughts, feelings and sensations build up a substantial picture which constrains our freedom to respond with wisdom, with love and compassion. That we become alienated from ourselves and from the world by the intensity of our limited beliefs. And so, just opening into the space and allowing these beliefs to come up and reveal themselves, and just to linger in the air long enough to catch them and see them. Oh, so you might have a belief, oh, I'm really stupid, I never understand this. Thought comes up, oh, and you're right into it. Just relax a little. I'm stupid. What is that? What echoes are in that? Whose voices are behind the intensity of that thought? Maybe parents, maybe school teachers, maybe bullies at school. All sorts of old vibrations from the past are running through these thoughts. Just let it hover. Oh, and then it goes. And then we see, oh, it's gone. It's just like the morning mist dispelling itself. But in the moment that I believed it, it got me by the throat, it would have killed me. People, I work a lot with people who are suicidal, and I find it so heartbreaking, because you see these ridiculous thoughts, in many ways completely ridiculous thoughts, have got the person round the neck. This thought is killing the person. I can never forgive myself. Say, sweetheart, I'll give you a lifetime of champagne, don't kill yourself. It's ridiculous. You see it in the newspapers. There was a young boy of 14 killed himself because his girlfriend left him. There was a very interesting program on the television, maybe some of you saw it, with Michael Portillo, where he, when he was at school and I think 16, his best friend killed himself. And the mother of this best friend phoned him up a few years ago through the House of Parliament, and they met and had lunch, and they decided to make a film about it. And it was incredibly sad. This young boy went away on nice family, everything was very good. He went away on holiday and met this girl who lived not too far away, and they started just a kind of pen pal thing, and they would meet each other from time to time. Was very innocent, no sex involved, just a lot of longing. And then he became a little bit obsessed with her, and she was going to move away with her parents to another part of England. And he got a bottle of pills and got a couple of cans of beer and went up to where she was living and went into the forest behind and took the pills. He drank the alcohol and died because he couldn't bear it. And when you see that, it's so sad. He couldn't bear it. What was it he couldn't bear? An experience, how long would it last? He would have a broken heart. It's just awful. It's just insane, isn't it? From the outside it looks insane. But some of us in this room may have been in situations where we felt like that. Some of you may have tried to kill yourself. May have been in situations where it felt there is no future. I can't go on. I don't know what to do. And vanishing would be better. In these moments, we're captured by a thought, and that thought shrinks the whole world around us and has an intensity that demands only one course of action. Now, it's a sort of radical example, it's an intense example, but it's not so different from what we all experience in meditation. A thought catches us, and we go with that thought for as long as it takes us, and then we suddenly wake up. And if that thought took us in a very bad place, we would be just as helpless as these poor young people who are overcome by these feelings. Yeah?
I'm curious what you would have to say about the difference between acting out of your true nature in a spontaneous and creative way, being present in the moment, and acting out of impulsive drive, and knowing how to see the difference in such an instance where you have the intense need to do something, to kill yourself, or to hit somebody, or to shout, or whatever it would be. It doesn't have to be an intense situation such as that, but the discerning between the two.
Well, impulses are always dualistic. An impulse arises in me and goes out through me towards the world. And the spontaneous action arises in non-duality. Self and other, or figure and ground, arise simultaneously. And so the environment is the co-creator of the spontaneous movement, whereas the environment is the provocateur of the impulse. It seems to stimulate it, but the impulse shoots out of me as my gesture towards the world, unmediated by the future. Because if someone provokes us, we are actually attacking the past. You insult me, I want to hit you. I'm hitting. Who am I hitting? The person who insulted me. Insulted is past tense. So I'm now leaping from what you did into what I'm doing, which will then lead to you doing. And so we get an escalation. Whereas the more connected, spontaneous gesture is the world and me at the same time, in the same place, moving together. So the way to recognize the difference between the two is that when we are impulsive, we feel kind of blinkers coming down. We're not actually so connected. We feel we just have to. I just have to. Which could be hitting someone, eating a whole cake, sticking heroin in your arm, having sex in a public toilet. It could be any kind of thing where the person feels overwhelmed by the need to go into that action. And it's usually irrespective of the consequences. So the key mark of impulsivity is that we don't care. Whereas a spontaneous gesture with someone, like if you were doing improvisational movement, is you're connected. You care about the other person. You're attentive to the line of their body, and it's moving in a complex joint process.
Well, I suppose you could say in an impulsive action you do care, but you care exclusively about the thing that you want to enact, or only about the thing you want to
That's
do.
right. Which means not caring about the consequences,
Yeah.
in particular.
So then the opposite of maintaining a non-dualistic open attitude would be to keep your inclusivity
Absolutely.
about
Absolutely.
other
Yeah.
about all things in a sense.
If you see, people fighting in the street, they don't really care if they're really getting into it. They don't care who sees them.
Yeah.
So they've blanked out context, place, and they don't care about the consequences. So they cut out time. Now we live in time and space, time and place. So once you ignore that, you're in a mental sphere. Although they're physically fighting, they're in a completely mental sphere. They're not in the world as it is. Because they've forgotten, actually, we've got hospitals now. Why have we got hospitals? Especially with accident and emergency departments. Because people get stabbed.
Yeah.
Yeah? And I don't know you, so you might have a knife. But I don't care. You said that to me, I don't fucking care. So in that moment, no time, no space, just you. I'll get you. Oh, how come you've got a knife and I haven't? Oh, terribly sorry. I didn't mean it. Shucks. Well, it's too late. It's too late. I didn't care. That's what it means by not caring.
Maybe it could also be said to be a very selfish act.
Oh, indeed.
Yeah.
It's entirely self-referential.
Yeah.
So, let's do a little bit more practice. Starting the same way. This time, after we go into it, we just very gently explore what shape is the mind. Can you find any limit to your awareness? Does it seem to be inside your body or inside this room? Is your mind inside your body or is your body inside your mind? Whenever any sensations or feelings and so on are arising, just observe, where are they and when they're gone? And do they seem to define the extent of your awareness? So again, that's a very useful question to take up because it allows you to see the moment where you fuse with the thought, where the thought determines the nature of the world. Now, as we've talked many times today, we are very used to thoughts being the ultimate litmus test, the proving ground of reality. We trust our thoughts. But here, experiences are arising which appear to be true and are maybe false. So when we sit and we hear a car, is the car in our mind or outside our mind? If we take it that our mind is something inside our head and that the sound is coming in vibrations through the ear and in to our brain, and the brain gives us the answer, oh, that is a car moving outside, then clearly our sense is that our mind is something inside, dependent on processing this information. In the Buddhist tradition, this is called a consciousness. In Tibetan, it's called nam she. Shepa means to know, and nam means a shape or a form. That is to say, it's the aspect of our intelligence which is concerned with knowing particular things, with placing things in their boxes and their right locations. So here's another car passing by outside while we sit cozily in here. If the car was to suddenly drive through the room, we'd be very frightened. So in that sense, we want to keep our safe little body inside and the car outside. But where is the mind? The mind is not the same as the consciousness. Consciousness is dualistic. Consciousness always takes an object. It's the aspect of our mental functioning whereby we make sense of events. But when we're just sitting open, this sound is passing through. Then we say, it's a car. Where does that thought come from? Does it come from the car to us? We say it's a car. One thought goes that way, one sound goes that way. Movements in space. When these movements meet together, they create the picture. I am sitting in here, there is a car outside, it's going up that way. This is a construct. We have created that pattern in our usual busy way. Who is the one who is there being with all this busy activity constructing the story of the car? This is the unborn, undying awareness. Is that awareness inside the bone box? You have to keep looking. You have to keep looking. Answers will come, but keep looking. It's about experience. It's not about what you learnt in school. It's not about some theoretical construct about the nature of cognition and neurophysiology. It's got nothing to do with that. It has to do with the immediacy of the direct experience. Where is it? The mind itself has no boundary. It's immediately there. And then on top of that, thoughts arise and they construct an image in which the car is outside and I'm in this room. That is a construct. The first marking, the first impacting is not outside, it's not inside, it's just direct. It doesn't go from here to there or there to here. It is where it is. The sound is there. Does my mind go from here to there to find the sound? Does the sound go from there to here to find my mind? This is very important. If awareness has no boundary, it's immediately there. And we can experience that directly again and again. Do the practice, relax into the out-breath, and just observe. For example, if the weather gets better, sometime you can sit in the park and look at the wind moving through the trees or the clouds across the sky. Is the cloud outside my mind or inside my mind? When you're relaxed and open, there is no inside and outside. That's the meaning of non-duality. In the mirror, many reflections arise. Of course, you can't speak about it, because as soon as you speak about it, you come into language, and it's pretty clear that the motor car is not going through my head. Awareness is not something you can talk about, but if you have the experience, it has no edge, no top, no bottom. Everything is immediately there. So this is the heart of our practice, to keep relaxing and opening, and experiencing how energy manifests all phenomena without effort from this ground open state. Any thoughts or questions before we come to an end for today?
The open eye meditation, I'm still struggling with
Okay.
falling asleep. What is the main advantage or reason for doing it that way? When I've done meditation, it's always been closed eyes. I know it's more danger of falling asleep there, I suppose. I suppose it's more difficult to do it with the eyes open.
Well, very often people go on a retreat. And when we retreat, we go away from something. And in the retreat, life is simple, and then we feel better, and then we go back into life. No? But once we're back in life, life is quite difficult. So gradually what we learned on the retreat goes away. It's the same with meditation. Busy, busy, busy. Close eyes. Om. Nice and cozy. Come out again. Oh my God. Cozy. Huh? For that reason, when you practice with your eyes open, you're not retreating. You're not going anywhere else. This is where it is. In the Tibetan tradition, they have many little practices and texts called Deng Tok Chikma. Den means seat, Tok means on, Chik means once. Means sit on your seat now and get awake. Don't do anything fancy. It is here. It's not somewhere else. When we close our eyes, we go somewhere else. We cut off, as if we have to keep this stuff out. And we create some world, but how are you going to integrate the two worlds? Of course, if you got your open eyes, you can think, oh, but I'm just here, I'm still in this room. Shouldn't something different be happening? What is this room? Your own mind is telling you what this room is. Oh, this is this, this is this, this is this. Oh, I met them before, I know who you are. This is the movement of your mind. Observing the movement of your mind and the colors and the shapes, people's heads, reflections of them, and so on. The thoughts come and go, and gradually you start to see what is here. Light, color and shape. And the color and shape opens up a little bit, and you feel the luminosity of the presence of everything here. And the luminous becomes more concrete and more open, and you pulse between nothing at all, luminous radiance, oh, it's you. Luminous radiance, nothing at all, like a concertina. And in that way the three aspects of existence gradually become integrated. So, without moving from your seat, you experience the transformation of the room, and the room becoming usual again, and gradually you see that what we take to be here is a dimension created by a particular form of thinking and reflecting. That is to say, in traditional Buddhist language, this room is a karmic dimension. It's created out of our shared fantasy. And if you shift that fantasy, something else is there. Just as if we were all to take some LSD, after a short while we would start to experience a different environment. And we don't need to take any drug to do that. Just by relaxing the basis of the ordinary fixation, what appears to be the case is revealed to be the fruit of a particular kind of production. By interpreting, by believing, things appear to be what they are. But when you look differently, they're not what they appear to be. It's not what they are. It's one mode of appearance. That's why we meditate with open eyes. Yeah.
Just another question. You talk mostly about thoughts and concepts and
Yeah.
structure in that way. How would you fit in feelings in that? Because I often find that feelings make things very solid.
Mm. Feelings have the same quality. I mean, there's often more diffuse around the edges than thoughts. Thoughts often have a bit more of a precise shape to them. But feelings also, they're like a kind of vehicle. You enter into them and they take you from here to there. So if a feeling of longing arises or a feeling of hope, if you fuse with it, when you come out of it, you'll be somewhere else. So essentially all these mental arisings, if we take them as real, operate like a game of snakes and ladders. You go up, then you slide down. You go up and then you slide down. So each arising, if you hook onto it, takes you somewhere. From the point of view of meditation, that's the main thing that they do. So what we want to do is to relax and not go with them. We don't block them moving, but we don't want to move with them. Now, feelings, because they are amorphous, because they are not exactly sticky, but they're enveloping. They wrap themselves, and we're gone before we even know it. So, in order to do that, we have to have absolute clarity and relaxation. Otherwise, we will be inside it. Now, part of that is, if I'm looking here and it comes behind, it's caught me. So, fixation in any direction leaves us with a back. We have everything on the front, eyes, ears, everything's looking out, and behind we're much more vulnerable. The same way in the meditation, when we do these 3R, awareness has no top, bottom, front or back. So we ain't looking anywhere. But of course, as soon as you get caught up in anything which is arising, you're back in a unidirectional movement. And as soon as you do that, something else will grab you from behind. And that's how we keep moving. Relaxing, panoramic, 360 degrees, infinite vision. And then you start to be able to feel things coming from behind you. And you don't get so caught in them before they move on. So that's how I would proceed with that. Okay, let's do one last short meditation and end for the day. Gewan dien yadun da ejen lama zhijene droa chi chama lupa Dei sala ke pasho. Okay. So that brings us to an end for today. And we start again tomorrow morning at 9. So if we start just with a little bit of quiet sitting, just to arrive. Okay. So, we look a little bit now at Garab Dorje's second point, which is his encouragement is that it's important to become clear, or to not remain in doubt, or not to go under the power of different possibilities. This means that the more we open and have some experience of a state which is not constructed out of thoughts or feelings or sensations, the more possibility we have of not relying on the sequence of thoughts, feelings, and sensations as the basis of our identity. So, to not remain in doubt is to recognize that the content of our mind is a luminous radiance, a ceaseless flow, which has an energetic function but doesn't establish anything in truth. Whatever you say about yourself, whatever you believe about yourself, is a movement or a gesture. It's not establishing anything as true. Now, we live as human beings in a world of conversation. We're always talking about something. We have many, many stories. And one of the functions of these stories is to create a sense of predictable identity, to give an account of something. In the realm of psychotherapy, there's a big stress on the dialogic, the idea of two people speaking together with a mutual impact and the transformations that can occur from that. You say something to me that impacts me, I'm slightly tilted, and then I respond to you, and my words impact you, and you're slightly tilted. And so on. We have this kind of interactive movement. However, normally speaking, as that occurs, we're also reviewing it, we're processing it in terms of an ongoing feedback about how am I, does this make sense, is this what I like, constantly rejigging things in terms of our existing framework. From the point of view of Dzogchen, that's very dangerous, because the more we believe in the truth of what we say, and the more we rely on cognitions, on thoughts, and storylines to create meaning, the meaning that we rely on is always relative and contextual. And so something that appears true at one time in our life doesn't appear true later. And this is something really to be shocked by. To be shocked by our own commitment. That we easily commit our lives to things which later all we can say is, well, it seemed a good idea at the time. That was what I was into then. But what does it mean to get into something? You know, as if we are some little snail crawling around looking for a shell to inhabit. And we live in that shell, and then it gets a bit small, so we crawl out again, hoping there's no crows around, and find another shell, and then another shell. People often nowadays have serial relationships that are like that, each time hoping for some better enclosure to keep them safe. What we were starting to look at yesterday is that awareness in being naked and raw needs no covering. It doesn't need any shell around it. The ego, being a very fragile and you could say false structure, that is to say a structure that pretends to be stable when it's not, pretends to have an inherent self-nature when it doesn't have that, that ego is always looking for some kind of cover and shelter. And so we make use of other people to reassure us that we're doing okay. But from the Dzogchen, the central question is, who is the one who needs to be reassured that they're doing okay? Who is the one who is anxious? And why should we trust other people? Trusting other people means to believe that their story gives us an accurate account about ourselves. Now, in the Dharma it says that our real nature is macho teutral. Macho means it's not artificial, it can't be contained by any kind of mental confectionery, it's not something elaborated through thought. Teutral means it's ungraspable, it's not a relative thing built up by placing it next to other things, it's not part of a pattern. It's also said that this nature is masam jurme, it's beyond any possibility of speaking or describing. Now, if that is our nature, what does it mean when someone says, "Oh, you're doing okay"? What is that? Who's doing okay? They're talking to something, they're talking to some aspect of us, but it's not our real nature. In fact, what they're saying is that the covering over your real nature is of very good quality, madam. I can see you're a very discerning customer. I've never seen such quality before. But could I perhaps suggest that this time we put a little gold trim around it? I think that would improve you. And that's what we do all the time. We help each other to improve the stories we wrap around ourselves. And on one level, there's nothing wrong with that. That's the playful movement of energy. And it's one of the ways in which we connect with people. And one possibility of connecting with people is to help them to realize the difference between clothes and being naked. The mind itself is naked. There's nothing shameful in nakedness. Clothes are a kind of ornamentation. When you see these pictures of, say, someone like Padmasambhava or their Vajrasattva, these beings carry many, many different ornaments. These ornaments all have some explanation to them. That is to say, they are symbols of particular kinds of qualities. If we imagined that all our speech acts were simply ways of manifesting qualities, that's all they are. They're ways of gesturing out into the world, of displaying movements or evanescent, transient, ungraspable revelations. That's all they are. They don't establish anything in truth. So, clothes and nakedness are not the same thing. We don't need clothes, therefore we can enjoy clothes. If you enjoy your clothes, then you perhaps need to think, well, what is the occasion that I'm being invited into? How shall I dress? that means being aware of the situation, being aware of other people, and adorning oneself suitably for that occasion. It means that clothing is now not self-protective, but is relational. So when we speak to other people, what are we trying to say? Why are we saying what we say? If we're telling stories about our lives or so on, why are we doing that? What is the purpose? Are we trying to hook some approval back, some reassurance that we're okay, that we're normal, that we're lovable, that we're acceptable? That's fair enough. But we have to know that's a very self-referential behavior. That is the enclosure of the anxious self in a temporary carapace, a temporary covering. If our speech act is connected towards the other with an invitation to play, that is to say, not to take things so seriously, so that some movement is possible, and we start to enjoy the movement, not as a way of defending territory or asserting a position, but just of seeing how energy moves all the time, then it's very different. Then it's a gift. It's something moving out of us towards the other. And the more we give these gifts, the more we find there is a cornucopia inside us. That the heart is indefatigable. It never gets tired. It never gets exhausted. There's always more that can be done. But when we get into a defensive position, when we feel maybe worried or anxious or confused, and we feel life is very hard, then there's not much in our little purse. So we have to kind of watch our coins very carefully and think, are you going to take too much? Or, what's coming back to me? And it becomes much more a kind of trade-off. So this second point of Garab Dorje is very, very important. Essentially he's saying, don't rely on the temporary contents of your experience to point to your true identity. If you recall from yesterday, we were looking at non-duality. Non-duality here means the content is there, it's not wrong or bad, it's not obscuring the real nature, but if you don't see the real nature directly, you won't know what the content is. As with the mirror. You never see the mirror directly, but you can have a direct experience of the mirror when you wake up to the fact that what you see in it is simply a reflection. This is not remaining in doubt, not remaining in confusion. It means don't rely on ideas, don't rely on concepts. You can read Dharma books for a long, long time, and nowadays there are so many Dharma books, there's no end to them. There are endless numbers of courses and trainings and so on that you can do. You can accumulate historical knowledge about lineages, you can develop knowledge about how to do pujas and so on. All of these things are useful if you understand what they are, which is to say that these are forms of energetic expression. In particular, tantric practice is a form of disciplining energy, keeping it moving in the right way, so that you learn to ring a bell at the right time, to make the mudras in the right way. And this is more controlled and also more at ease from normal interactive behavior. Because once you know how to do the ritual, you relax into it and it flows from the beginning to the end. But it is not, in most of its performance, it's not necessarily keeping you in a state of open awareness, because you can easily fall into the words. We have to practice with some kind of clarity. Every practice, like doing prostrations, saying prayers, preparing butter lamps and so on, all of these have a function, and it's really important to know what function it has. These are helpful functions, but they're helpful within a relative domain. It's important to do that, because if our ordinary life is very, very disturbed, the real practice of deep meditation will be difficult. You can study the basic vows of the Theravadan or the Hinayana groupings, the vows of renunciation. You don't necessarily have to adopt these, but if you see the rationale, then we see that discipline is very important. You cannot say yes if you cannot say no. Being able to say no means that your yes is fully a yes. Because if you always have to say yes, if you're always placatory, trying to please people, tilted towards them, what does your yes mean? It's just something you do. It's not a specific yes into this situation. You're not saying to this person, yes, I see you, I really will help you. It's not heart to heart, it's just the general tilt of your life. And in order to say yes to one person, you have to be able to say no to someone else. And that means being aware that on the relative level, our resources are limited. So on one level, the heart is infinite, there's infinite energy, and on another level, time is not unlimited. We only have so much time, we only have so much money, we only have so much free time. What are we going to use it for? There are many, many different kinds of Dharma. How will we decide? Well, that involves being clear, what is the function of this practice? And what is my structure at the moment? What ails me? What troubles me? What diminishes me? What limits me? The more you understand yourself, then the more you can use Dharma as a medicine. If you don't know how to diagnose your own condition, and you just think, well, I don't feel very well, and you go to the medicine cabinet and you have one of each of the pills that's there, that's a very broad spectrum approach. And it may find you puking half an hour later. What you have to do is know the difference. If you have a headache, what kind of headache is this? Should I just sit quietly in a dark room for a while? Then it lifts. Should I go out and get some fresh air? What's the matter? If we don't learn to observe ourselves and start to see the lies that we tell ourselves, then how will we be able to diagnose what's wrong with us? So, for example, you may have a habit of prevarication, of avoidance. It's not an uncommon human faculty. Something is required to be done, and you put it off. And the reasons that you put it off often are quite valid. You don't feel well, or there's something else that has to be done, or it's not the right day, or you might get into astrology and find some planetary justification. There are many ways of prevaricating. You have to know what that is. What are you doing to yourself when you put something on? What's inside that? It may be something as primitive as a little thing that says, I don't have to. Why should I? It may be something really quite regressed and early in your life. And if it grabs you in relation to Dharma practice, that's really quite tragic. Because you don't do the practice you could do today, and then tomorrow life is very busy, and so you don't do tomorrow's practice either. And at the end of the week you think, well, I'll put aside a lot of time, but then something else happens. So in order to do what we have to do, we have to say no. And that's one of the reasons that we do the practice we began with this morning. Shamatha is based on saying no. We say yes to the breath, or yes to the external object, and because of that we say no to everything else. And for that reason it's a very, very important practice. On one level it's very simple, but it's very hard, because actually we say yes to everything. We're very easy. We're infinitely seducible by any bit of nonsense that goes by. If you sit with small children at this time of the year, especially on a Saturday morning with the children's programs, lots of adverts. Sometimes the adverts run 5-10 minutes. All the things getting ready for Christmas. Any kind of plastic tat imaginable. And each thing that comes up, the child will say, I need that, I want that, that's for me, I need 2 of these. We are the same. We sit into meditation, focusing on the breath. Some thought comes, What is that? That is a sign of having no clarity, of having no discrimination. Basically, there is a dog. The dog has a tail. 2 possibilities. The dog wags the tail wags the dog. These are the only possibilities. Either your clarity makes decisions about movement into the world, and then you start wagging, you start coming energetically into the world, or you become taken up by the world in a reactivity, and the movement of your tail as you get caught in the world sets the whole of you in movement, and you're just reacting to what's going on. That's the really central thing. Where do we stand? Which is why yesterday we were looking at what does the mind rest on? As long as your experience is that the root of your identity is in the thoughts, feelings, sensations that arise, you are at the mercy of situations. You are endlessly reactive. That's the meaning of samsara. When you realize this open state, when you awaken to it, when it becomes true and living for you, you will still be impacted by the world, but there's a clarity between your nakedness and your clothes. Your reaction is a kind of clothing. Somebody phones you and tells you some sad news, and immediately you're garbed in compassion, pity, empathy. Somebody tries to cheat you in a shop, and immediately you're garbed in indignation. Someone shows you a little baby, and immediately your face is softened. You can be however the situation demands, but each of these is the flow of energy. It is not, this is what I do. It is the feedback loop of self-referencing, of self-reflexivity is dissolved. Because as long as we're saying, I am the one who does this, we remain on the samsara side. When the activity arises spontaneously with no feedback loop, this is the nirvana side. It's just that simple. Because every time you have a feedback loop, I did it, the next thing you have is a performance review. Well, how did I do it? Was it good enough? Then you start anxiously scanning and building up a composite picture of how I stand in relation to other people. This is called the relative situation. It is not free by definition. Again, that doesn't mean that in Dzogchen we should be indifferent to the impact of our lives on the situation. But energy moves with energy. If you're dancing with someone, you don't have to review how you're dancing. If you're present in your senses, if you're there in your skin, you will feel the movement of their body, and you will move with it even before it's arrived. That doesn't require any cognitive processing. You don't have to think about it. It's at this point that we can see what a thought is. Thought is called namtok. Nam means the form, and tokpa indicates a kind of understanding. So it's a namtok is a way of grasping a situation, of making sense of it, making a kind of a composite, defined sense of what something is. That is not really necessary a lot of the time in life. It's just not required. And when we sit inside these and build them up, there's endless work to do, because we're always having to correct the impression that we've made. You know, it's like if you're having an interesting conversation with someone, afterwards you might feel like, oh, I wish I'd said this. Because you can't say the whole story. You can never say the whole story. That's why our human existence is an infinite conversation. It just goes on and on. It goes on through culture. It goes on in families across generations. It goes on in notebooks people write, diaries, telephone conversations. There's no end to words. There's no end to thoughts. If you are in thoughts, identified with thoughts, imagining that thoughts tell you the answer to things, then we're in samsara. When we relax and we become aware of the thoughts, we see this is the spontaneous energy arising, and it does whatever it needs to do. So it's fundamentally about trust. Anxiety leads us into belt and braces. We want to have a double protection. We want to make sure that things won't go wrong. This is where discursive thought is very important, because it takes us around topics. We try to cover every base. We try to make sure nothing can go wrong. But actually, the world isn't like that. We touched yesterday on the political and economic situation. The world economy is beyond control. It is participative. People have to gesture into it and hope that the system takes off in a reasonable way. But it is much too complicated for control. And the problem with discursive thought is that it tries to establish clarity through ratiocination, through turning one thought on top of another, on top of another. And there is no end to that process, because there's always more to say. Somebody asks you, what do you think about this person? And you say something, and then after you think, well, there are 100 other things to say about that person. You can't sum someone up in 5 minutes or 10 minutes. All you can do is, if you meet someone, you get a sense of whether you have much of a connection, whether it's workable or not. That's all. But you can never give a true account of anyone. Biographies tend to get longer and longer. There's always more to say. The same with ourselves. There is no end to the account of ourselves, and that giving an account covers up the immediacy of the lived vitality of who we are. So again, it's not an either or. Both aspects are there. The openness, the unborn openness, and the ceaseless flow of energy. And these are inseparable. This is the meaning of this Yab Yum when you see this male and female deities joined together. The space and the movement, or the stillness and the movement, are inseparable. So the second point of Garab Dorje is continue in the spaciousness. If you remain in spaciousness, you won't get pulled into doubts. You won't get pulled into trying to make sense of it. Because the more you think about it, the less you will understand. The more you will know, but the less you will understand. The door to enlightenment lies through stupidity. Big stupid. Don't know nothing. Don't know nothing. St. John of the Cross writes of this in terms of the dark night of the soul. It means that after all the struggle, doing the work, going through whatever it is, the stages of the following the life of Christ, or the Lamrim progressive stages in Buddhism, whatever it would be, various ways of different Sufi paths, you get to a certain point where there's a chasm. And all that you know isn't enough to build a bridge across the chasm. You can see what's on the other side, But the only way to get there is to jump down into the chasm, to allow yourself just to be lost. In Buddhism, this is called emptiness. As it says in some of these traditions, you have to lose yourself to find yourself. That means whatever is our familiar frame of reference, whatever are the memories and thoughts and encouragements we have inside ourselves that hold us in place, we need to drop. And when we drop these, there's nothing. And when there's nothing, a new dawn comes. The sun comes up and we see the world differently. But as long as we are kind of spending all our money having a private jet fly around the world to keep in touch with the sun and never let it get dark, that's what we live in. We live in a little box, keeping our lives lively and excited, hanging on to the fantasies of our existence. We have to let the night come. We have to say, I don't know, I can't do this. Who is the one who can't do it? That will only be revealed when the one who feels he can do it, should do it, is able to say, I can't do it. When you give up the ghost is there. And the ghost is this open, unborn Dharmakaya. Of course, you have to be ready to do that. Right?
I was going to ask that, if you have to kind of know yourself and unknown yourself, to then let go of yourself, to then know yourself. What I heard was that you need to lose yourself to find yourself. I just wondered if you have to know yourself to then lose yourself to know yourself.
That's right. Because you have to lose all of yourself. There's no point there being a little bit left. I mean, that tends to be what happens if we do this 3-hour practice, Most of us gets a bit gone, but there's still some little bit. Maybe your ear is still there, or some pain in your foot. And then the whole picture builds around that. It's how to get rid of everything. And we don't need to do it by renunciation and putting it away. We just see, I have made the impersonal personal. Here we are on a Sunday morning, and I'm talking in English, and we've all learned English. English was around before any of us were born. English has a life of its own. We participate in the speaking of English, and we feel that we are speaking English. But actually, English is speaking us. The grammar rules of English speak through us. We create our sentences according to a grammar which is impersonal. Every time we speak, even when we speak from the heart to a close friend about what we feel about our life or our relationship or whatever it is, this is language speaking through us. It's something quite impersonal. You don't have your own words. If you had your own words, no one would understand you. Little children make their own words, and only the people who know them well can understand what they're saying. We speak a public language. Just seeing that, but it feels like me. These are my words. This is what I'm saying. But I'm saying it with public language. It's public language. Language speaks to language. Language moves. Language is a network that connects us all. Just as the internet, people feel they're using the internet. The internet's using you. You plug into a system which has its rules, and you learn these rules, and so you become the tail of that dog. You feel you're in charge, but actually you're only in charge if you obey its rules. If you cross its rules, it doesn't do what you want. This is actually how our world is. Recognizing everything belongs in the world. Our body belongs in the world. Our speech belongs in the world. And our mind also belongs in the world. Because our thoughts are not so different from other people's thoughts. In the realm of psychotherapy, we spend a lot of time attending to the minutiae of individuals' lives. exactly what it was like in someone's family growing up, exactly what they feel like when they go into work or they talk with a friend or whatever it would be. But in Buddhism, we are concerned with much more general things, with 5 poisons: stupidity, anger, desire, jealousy, pride. Everything that people experience can be put into these basic 5 categories, because what we have is variations on a theme. For us as individuals, the variation is exquisitely important because it's our variation. But it's just a variation on a theme. Someone comes into the hospital and they tell their story and you listen to the story, but if you want to enter the details on the computer, you have to have a diagnosis. If you don't have a diagnosis, computer will say, profile not complete, and will wipe out what you've put in. You have to have a diagnosis, because diagnosis is a box. Some people think things like the ICD-10, DSM-4, big diagnostic systems are an insult to the existential moment of how we are. But everything's in a box. Everything is part of a family. When you have a big tantric initiation, you find yourself in one of the 5 Buddha families. You have to be in one of these families, because they're only working with 5. I mean, there are 100 Buddha families, there are 1,000 Buddha families, there are many, many different systems, but somewhere or other, you will fit in. Fitting in means public, not private. We are human beings. We all fit into that. We're just human beings. British, get a British passport, American passport, whatever. You show that, oh, one of us, or why are you coming to this country? So it is, where do you fit in? It's the same with the thoughts in our head. When you start to realize that this is public, this is just stuff that's arising. But who will I be if I'm not wrapping myself in this stuff? That's the central question. As long as you wrap yourself in the public and claim it to be private, you're in the position of the thief. And the punishment of that theft is called samsara. As long as you imagine you have a unique, special, personal existence, different from everyone else's, and worthy of infinite care or self-cherishing, you will have a lot of problems. When you recognize you're part of this ceaseless flow with other people, win some, lose some, sometimes it expands, sometimes it contracts, then it's not such a big deal. You expect, in seeing other people have tears, that some days you will cry. When you see that other people are sad, you think, oh yeah, I also will be sad. When you see that other people get lonely and desperate, you say, oh yeah, I will also get lonely and desperate. So when you get lonely and desperate, you think, oh, now I'm being lonely and desperate. Now I'm in Tesco's. The two are not necessarily the same, but often they go together. Waitrose is for happiness. So when to be in Tesco's is to be in a public domain. To be in your unhappiness is a public domain. Our sorrow is what? Somebody's died, somebody's left me, my hopes haven't been fulfilled, I'm sick. Anyone else have these? You know, we are much of a muchness. When we see that, we think, oh, this is impersonal. This is what happens in samsara. Taking things too personally is unhelpful. It doesn't mean that you're going to be annihilated, because the radiance of the Dharmakaya is completely vital and shining and spontaneous. But it's not self-referential in that way. And that's an absolute paradox, isn't it? That the more you stop obsessing about yourself, the more alive you are. The less you protect yourself and try to ensure a security for yourself, the more you're plunged into, plugged into the environment around you, and therefore you feel the waves of the world passing through you, which is an amazing sensation. It's then not all up to you, which is one of the reasons why we have refuge in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. Many people get attracted in a somewhat narcissistic way to being lonely Dharma heroes, and they want to do it all by themselves. But actually, we need other people. All of us have gaps. All of us have needs. All of us have particular things we can't do. Therefore, we rely on other people. Some people find that very humiliating. They want to be totally autonomous. They want to be able to do everything for themselves. But this is ridiculous. They don't make their own shoes. They don't make their own jewelry. We're always reliant on other people, on farmers, on traders, on people who drive trains, and so on. Dependency as interdependency decenters the subject. We become part of the world. So in the energy system of Dzogchen, we talk of possibility of being completely open and translucent, like a radiant space through which everything passes. So in the meditation, thoughts and so on, memories, everything arises and passes through. Like clouds passing through the sky remains open. Then we have this main quality we were talking about of reflections in the mirror. Immediately, everything is manifest to us. We come into this room and here we are. Everything is here. We don't need to make sense or work out where people are or what they're doing. They're immediately there, and we can respond into that. And the third aspect is compared to light coming in through a crystal and refracting out. It's the particularity of the moment in which we respond to different people in different ways. You can do that by a lot of thinking and planning, or you can do it just by being there with others. If you feel the quality of someone else's life, you'll know what to say to them. It's that simple. You don't have to construct something in an artificial way. And if you do that, then it's not that it's coming out of me, but it's in the matrix. So this is a relational matrix which is not a dialogic. It's not caught up in speaking and organizing things in terms of reflective thought, but is determined by the immediacy of energetic connection. And this is very important. In fact, people who train as child psychotherapists, or anybody who's got kids, has got to learn to do that. You can't think too much with small children. You have to be there. You have to be in it, which means you can't be anxious. And you can't have the usual guardians of your self-love, your sense of identity. Because children want you to be silly. Children want you to forget yourself. And if you can do that, then you can relate to them. But they're not hiding somewhere in their head. They're just showing it. So being with children is a great blessing if you're practicing Dzogchen, because they won't give you anywhere to hide. And they're always saying, "Where are you? Where are you?" And you have to be there before you know where you are. Because that's where they are. They don't know where they are. They're just there. And they're there in a very clear way. And there's something really important in that, which shows us how we have learned to be wary, how we have learned not to trust ourselves. Now, of course, you can't become like a child, because children run into the road and children get upset and have nightmares and can't calm themselves. Children have lots of difficulties, but they have a lot of spontaneity and freshness. And so what we're doing in Dzogchen is to have the freshness, the openness, the immediacy without the anxiety. So that the cognitive knowledge that we build up in our adult life is there, it's to hand, it's something useful when we need it. And if we don't need it, it's not there. So that our hands are always open and what we need is there. Rather than being full of stuff or not having anything at all. This is the non-dual middle way. Everything you learn is incredibly useful, but you don't need to hold on to it. If you build a sense of self on the basis of knowledge, that becomes a problem. Which is why learning to drop your thoughts, drop your mind, drop your memories is a very important part. A great deal of Zen Buddhist practice is exactly about dropping, letting things fall away, letting go of constructs. So, again, very briefly, this second point of Garab Dorje. When we say being clear, it means not a clarity based on being able to give an account of something, but a clarity which informs the immediacy of all the choices you make. So, if, say for example, you smoked cigarettes, and now you don't smoke cigarettes. If you're very clear that you don't smoke, even if you smell some delicious Gauloise or a cigar or something, you think, that smells nice, but it's nothing to do with you. You don't then think, oh God, I want a fag, I want a puff of that. When you had just given up smoking, you probably did feel that, because you were very close to smoking. Now, because you're clear that you don't smoke, you can be very close to smoking, but there's no frisson, there's no kind of vibration, because there's smoking and there's me. I don't smoke, but that's nice. So that buffer zone, or that separation, at first, when you're trying to stop something, has to be a big renunciation. So often if we're working with alcoholic patients, we'll say, well, what you need to do is to work out a way to walk home where you don't pass any off-license or any pub, so that there won't be any temptation. Set up all these sort of things. So you want maximum distance. The more we practice, this gap can be smaller and smaller. And the ultimate goal is to have a gap which is not a gap at all. Because when you think of the mirror and the reflection, there is no gap between the mirror and the reflection. The reflection is in the mirror, but when you turn the mirror, that reflection is immediately gone and a new reflection is there. In the same way, we can be completely in the world, of the world, not apart from it, and yet untouched, unconditioned, uncontaminated by it, unlimited by it. Now, in order to do that, the main thing is to go back again and again and do the practice as we were doing yesterday. Because the central point is, until we get some taste of that openness, until we can see the illusory nature of the thoughts and feelings that arise, even as we get caught up in them, if we can start to experience them as movements rather than as things, if we don't have that, we won't have any space to maneuver. But as soon as we get a sense of that space, oh, it's a bit different. And then you work with that. So that every moment of the day, we integrate all the experiences we have into this state of openness. So, for example, often if I'm teaching, I go to the place I'm going to in an aeroplane. Now, it's a very interesting thing to practice Dzogchen in an aeroplane, because what is this? In this tin box up in the sky, Well, what is this experience? You have your safety belt around you, and you have to be safe. You can't get claustrophobic and open the door and jump out. You're trapped inside something. It is a very managed environment. There's a lot of security things which are invisible in airplanes now to be able to control situations. What is happening? Well, you can make sense of an airplane flight by thinking about it, or you can just relax and open and experience the movement of energy. What you have is colors, shapes, sounds. That's what you have. You then construe them, and you can construe them in a relaxed way or an anxious way. That construal is the work of your mind. You make of it what you will. Sometimes we get anxious. We can get anxious about colleagues at work. We can get anxious about noisy or difficult neighbors. We can get anxious about children, parents. We can get anxious about any damn thing. So, what is that anxiety? I am worried about that. I don't know what will happen. I wish it wasn't the way it was. It's not very complicated. The pathways of anxiety are very simple and straightforward. Subject is linked to object with a set of indeterminacy. What is the subject? What is the object? I don't like flying. Oh, I'm frightened that the plane might crash. Okay? You're frightened that the plane might crash. That's a thought. No, but I'm sure it will. Okay? If you believe that thought, then you can't get on a plane. That's true. These extreme examples are very helpful because we all have exactly these situations. If you look at your life in the course of a week, how many things do you avoid? Linking it with prevarication that we touched on earlier. How many ways in which we feel a situation will be very difficult. We become overwhelmed. It becomes intolerable, impossible. I couldn't do that. These are signs that you have merged yourself into a nexus, a grouping together of thoughts, feelings, and sensations. And that definition of yourself, because it's small, will always be overwhelmed. Why wouldn't we be overwhelmed? If you live in a body, you should be frightened. There are hundreds of ways for the body to die and get sick. Having some awareness of that is helpful. It's very, very helpful. Anxiety is part of our condition. So, when anxiety arises, what does it tell us? We have to be careful. That's all. Be as careful as you can. Being careful means being present in your body, in your senses, whatever is happening. We can't control the situation. Imagining that it was very easy won't help. You can pray to Padmasambhava, you can imagine your Vajrakilaya, you can imagine all sorts of things, but this is a way of reassuring yourself. We have to remember that many great meditators got tortured to death by the Chinese. You know, one shouldn't be in fantasy land where somebody throws a torma and all the Chinese vanish. That's what you get in Chinese movies where people are doing qigong. Boom, boom, boom. It's not like that. Somebody gets you and they're breaking your fingers, tears come out your eyes. That's what happens. The human condition is very vulnerable. There are very bad people in this world. How to practice Dzogchen in that situation is very important. If you really understand yourself as energy, it's not so bad. Because then you're with the sensation of the cracking of your fingers. This is almost inconceivable for us to imagine. Because we live in a self-referential world. And this self-referential thing makes every situation critical and hyper-important. We are just like small children, and they fall over and they get upset and they want you to kiss it better. But if you kiss it better, they relax. They can't soothe themselves. You could say that all of the Buddha's teaching is an elaborate instruction on self-soothing. How to stay in your own skin without being overwhelmed, without fragmenting, so that in this skin, which is not this flesh skin, it's the skin of the Dharmakaya, which is infinite, any situation can be integrated, good and bad, right and wrong. But as long as we are saying, I only want good things and I don't want bad things, that is the ego's point of discrimination. So when Garab Dorje is saying, don't remain in doubt, be clear, he's pointing to this point that was described yesterday, that there is one ground and two paths. We're always at a crossroads. Either we exist as a small individual self in a world of objects, some of which we like, some of which we don't like, some help us, some harm us, and we do our best to manage it. Or we relax and we're open and we integrate whatever is arising, and in particular experience that everything that arises is the energy of our own mind. So in this room just now, each of you is in your own body, and there are other people. Where are these other people? Are they outside you or inside you? Where is your mind? If your mind is in your bone box, then everyone else is outside of you. If your mind is an open, unborn awareness, then you're aware of yourself and other people. As soon as you're here in yourself, everyone else is here. Where did they come from? I thought it was just me. Other people are always there. These other people are just as much you, as in your experience, as you are. You never just experience yourself. Maybe for a brief moment as you're falling asleep or waking up. But even then you've got the feeling of the pillow on your cheek and so on. The world is always with us. This is the non-duality of self and other. So this is the fundamental point. Observe, subject and object arise together. Self and other arise together as reflections in the mirror. The one who is aware is the mirror itself. The one who appears is a reflection in the mirror. It is only a reflection. When we take this body as too solid, too substantial and real, and separate it off from others, it appears to be me, but it's immediately very vulnerable. When you experience yourself as just part of the general reflection, then these reflections move together. This is the second point of Garab Dorje. So maybe we do a little practice of the 3 R's as we did yesterday. So, sitting in a relaxed way, skeleton holding our weight. The gaze in the space in front of us. Imagining a capital A is surrounded by a ball of rainbow light, and the same in our own heart. Recite the 3 R's and then relax in that state. So if we take a break now for about 20 minutes. Okay, so the third point from Garab Dorje is to continue in this way.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Based on our practice just before the break. It was something that came up as I was practicing. This question came up in my head and I couldn't get rid of it. It wouldn't dissolve. And I think this practice helps a lot with in sort of observational mode. It helps see what comes up. So in my day-to-day life, as situations emerge, it helps me a lot see things better. What I was going to ask was, what is the next bit? Was the intentionality, the intention, the action that then might follow from that. I don't know how the practice helps me with that, because the mode of the practice is very much around observation, seeing what comes up and then staying with it, but not around intention and action and what might happen. Whether that emerges from clarity, I don't know. I think it's just keep doing the practice and seeing what happens, or is there some other way of integrating into day-to-day life that helps you with the intentionality as well?
Well, the founding Buddha of the Dzogchen lineage, Khandroling, the name means always good, or always already good. But we believe we're bad. And because we believe we're bad, we want to develop an intention to be good. Because if we didn't have an intention to be good, we would be bad. And this is the basic basis of a lot of our intention. That our intention is a way of manipulating the environment. Of course, if my intention is to get to the post office before it closes, then I need to not be distracted. And so on an ordinary level, meditation can help us with that. But that's in a sense is a situational intention, and that's simply a matter of awareness. Knowing when the post office is likely to close is just part of the field of experience. But if you mean a bigger intention, like what will I do with my life, or how will I raise my kids, or
or just dealing with situations as they arise and knowing the right action, I suppose, in dealing with people. So I think these things in the practice, it's easier in a way. As soon as you leave the practice and go into an interaction with somebody or something, that's where it becomes more difficult. You lose it a little bit, I do anyway. And
well, if our daily life is outside the practice, then indeed, of course, we will lose it. Because if we concretize another person in a substantial way, and we see ourselves in a substantial way, and we see there being a lot at stake in the interaction, then immediately we're in the domain of anxiety and control. Whereas if we stay in the practice, then what we encounter is shapes and forms and qualities of energy, and we can respond into that. Because actually, either things are already decided or they're not decided. And if they're not decided, it will become clear, and it will become clear as we participate. So you can have a slightly orienting intention, like I don't want to cheat other people, or I don't want to exploit other people. But then, that's nice, but what does it mean? In a precise situation, how will you know what to do? Which rule book do you want to read? Karl Marx, Martin Luther. I mean, there are many, many, many rule books in this world about how to behave. You can follow any of these, as long as you know you're following a rule book. But actually, none of us know how to behave. What will I do? We have books of etiquette. If you do very well in your life and you get invited to go and meet the Queen, people will tell you how to walk towards the Queen and how to walk away from the Queen. That somehow it's rude to turn your back on the Queen, so you have to walk backwards. That's etiquette. A lot of life is etiquette. There's business etiquette. There's all kind of etiquette. If you have a child and the child is, 9, 10 years of age, and you're concerned about them getting into a good school, and you're not very happy with the teacher. What to do? One of my patients has this problem at the moment. The teacher the child has is shit, but she can't say to the teacher, you're shit, and she can't say to the headmistress, this teacher's shit, because she needs a good report on her child in order to get into a good secondary school. What to do? And life is full of these things. No rule book's going to tell you how to do that. You know, and this is the problem with intentionality. You know, you can develop a general Mahayana Buddhist intention, I want to help all sentient beings, and that's very broad spectrum. In terms of minute situations, what happens is we're constellated in a particular way by all sorts of factors. We might be irritable, we might not have slept, we might have some problem in the family, and you go into work and you're preoccupied with that, and you hit the situation and you're not very clear. So the essence of the practice is keep dissolving and relaxing and opening again and again. But in the Theravada, in the Mahayana, and the Tantric practice, intention is very clear. In Tantra, the intention is to maintain the presence of the deity at all times. Mahayana Buddhism, the intention is to maintain the Bodhisattva vow and the sense of emptiness. And Theravada Buddhism, it's to maintain your vows. In Dzogchen, the basic intention, if you like, is to remain in a state of integration. That's not an intention which will tell you precisely what to do in any circumstance, because actually nobody knows.
So the clarity just helps maintain spontaneity.
Yeah.
Helps to keep. If you can bring that into your day-to-day life, that gives you the spontaneity.
Yeah. When people operate in the realm of power and control, they will come up with millions of methods. For example, in Hasidic Judaism, they have prayers for everything, absolutely everything, everything, everything. In the same way, I was teaching in a Kajupa center recently, and in the toilet they have a special mantra to say, and there's one mantra for having a pee and one mantra for having a poo. So don't mix your mantras. You know, you can have mantras for anything. They have mantras for making chang, for making beer in Tibet, to protect, you know, the beer so it doesn't go sour. You know, once you get into a way of thinking, I can learn a special method to control the situation. You can endlessly come up with some new method. I remember once when I was in Bodh Gaya and I was learning Tibetan, I bought some Tibetan books and I bought them mainly on the basis that the letters were very big and clear, so I'd be able to work out what they were. And I showed this book to my teacher, and he said, oh yeah, this is a special method for finding lost sheep. That's it. So inside the domain of manipulating the world, there are many solutions, and many people do that. Many people go to lamas and ask them, what should I do about this? How will I do that? And they will come up with some reason, maybe good, maybe bad. That's part of their job. It's a socio-political economic function. But actually, who can tell you how to live? Everyone. Everyone's willing to tell you what to do. But nobody really knows. In the end, you live in your skin and you carry your karma. And that's the lonely situation. Now, how do we deal with loneliness? One way is to link to other people and get lots of advice. And the other method, which would be the Dzogchen method, is to go into the state of the alone, completely infinite awareness. And from that, you find yourself responding. And that leads us into this third point of Garab Dorje, which is to continue in this state, which means not to imagine that there's some better method. When we really see how things are, you don't need anything else. In many Tibetan books you will find they say the teaching here is the essence of the Madhyamika, it's the essence of Mahamudra, of Dzogchen. If you understand this, you don't need anything else. And the reason they said that is because there are many books in Tibet. although many of the books were destroyed in the communist Chinese period, we in the West are producing many, many Dharma books now. There are tens of thousands of Buddhist books in English. There are lots of centers and there are lots of practices, and more practices will come and more lineages. What should we do? This is a central question. Life is very short. Many things seem to be interesting. How will I spend my time? From the point of view of Dzogchen, the most important thing is to stay relaxed and open. And whenever you find yourself being noted, being turned in on yourself, following after thoughts and not being present, return into the practice and integrate the situation rather than you compartmentalizing yourself and fitting in like a part of a jigsaw puzzle. But of course, that's not very bright and shiny, because you may have a tedious life. Your life may not be what you thought it would be when you were 20. Your life may be a bit trapped, a bit dreary. There might be a lot of sickness and death around. There might be lots of hopes that you had wanted to be fulfilled and are not being fulfilled. Often then we have the thought, surely there's more to life than this. We see all these bright, shiny people and we think, hey, I want some of that. How do we get that? By doing things which are bright and shiny. If you want bright and shiny, you can have it. Possible. Why do you want bright and shiny? Bright and shiny is better than grey and dull. Why? Because it makes me feel good. Who feels good? I feel good. Who is the one who feels good? To know? Me? There's always the point. The ego prefers happiness to sadness. The ego is not stupid. What do you want? I'll take the happiness. Fair enough. But in terms of awareness, happiness and sadness are the same. It's impersonal. It's just stuff. We sit there and the mind's cloudy and then the mind's bright, and then they interchange. They move. Bright becomes cloudy, cloudy becomes bright. Both are simply temporary, because bright in its strong form, it's like a manic state. Neither manic nor depressive is better, just equanimity. One taste, everything with the taste of emptiness. Again, that doesn't mean that you block happiness. You can be with the happiness, but not seeking it, and when it comes, not over-privileging it, not getting very excited. Because excitement is a kind of manic or histrionic over-elaboration of a fleeting moment. In all our lives, good things will come and bad things will come. Some days will be clear, other days we won't be so clear. If you imagine that when things are clear, you're having a big breakthrough, then when you feel confused and cloudy, it will feel much worse. Just observe, this is how my mind is when it's clear. This is how my mind is when it's sad. Then you start to experience the range of possibilities. And the more you see these possibilities, the more it's possible to manifest them. And we do this anyway. If somebody tells you a very sad story, unless you're very anxiously defended, you won't smile. Your face will become sad. We do this very easily. We align ourselves. Our energy and the energy of the other move together. Of course, we don't want to become as sad as the person who's sad. We have a resonant sadness. We're with them in their sadness, but we are not sad in the way that they are sad. Otherwise, you'd be just in a fusion. So not backing off and avoiding it, feeling contamination, and not merging into it, just staying in contact, being impacted. And Dzogchen is simply building on that, which is the quality of translucence, of letting the world manifest through you. Dzogchen builds on that to help us be present in every situation, however it is. Because this is our life. Our life is not some game plan or some fantasy. It's actually what arrives. And everyone in this room has a different life. And yet, the ground of our life is all the same. The nature of the mind is the same for all beings. It's open, it's empty, it's ungraspable, it's the ground of all phenomena, it's radiant, it's shining. But it shines out in these many different ways. Sometimes we find ourselves feeling not very hopeful, not very confident. And we see someone else who appears to be confident. And we think, I would like to be like them. What is the meaning of that? It means I don't know how to be with my own situation. I'd rather swap my situation for their situation because their situation is better. Now, if we take it that things are as they appear to be, things are substantially real, then it's a very sensible decision. I would like their happiness. They can have my sadness. That would be very good. Makes sense. You have a crappy old car, someone else has a brilliant new shiny car. Wouldn't you like their car? Yes, I would. That makes sense. Who is the one who wants that car? Me. Who is me? You know me. I'm me. Huh? The voice of stupidity is very intelligent. In samsara, there is a particular kind of intelligence. It says, I want good things and I don't want bad things. You ask any child and they'll tell you that's true. You say, here's some homework and here's a bar of chocolate. Which one do you want? It's straightforward. Dzogchen has a different vision of the world from that. Because the problem with that is, although we want chocolate, we often get homework. I still have to do my tax returns. Piles of paper await me and somehow it's not getting done. That's what life is. There's actual things to be done. And even if we do our best to get more chocolate, it doesn't always come. We wanted lint and we got Cadbury's. That's how it is. That's why samsara is difficult. The Buddha said, what is the nature of suffering? Getting what you don't want, not getting what you do want. As soon as you feel, I know who I am, I know what I need, and you set out to get it, you immediately tie yourself into a huge force field of very complex factors which will endlessly sabotage you. So from the point of view of Dzogchen, when we feel frustrated, when we feel irritated, when we feel our life isn't good, the central point is, rather than mobilizing our energy to try to change the external situation, first of all, who is the one who feels blocked, irritated and frustrated? Because if you can follow that line and see the ground awareness which illuminates the narrow one, the constricted one, the irritated one, you find that this is a fruit or a flower growing out of this open ground. If you have a garden, although you may want to have beautiful flowers, you will have, due to the generous bounty of nature, weeds. It is impossible to have a garden without weeds. Weeds are part of nature. We say this is a flower, this is a weed. Both come together. Happiness and sadness come together. So, what do they come from? They come from seeds. The seeds are planted in the same ground. One ground, different kinds of plants. Some we say beautiful flower, others we say ugly weed. The same in our mind. If you focus on the manifestation, we say, this is crap, I don't want to be like this, I've had enough of this. Or we say, this is beautiful, this is really good, I want to hang on to this as long as possible. That's fine, but what is the ground of that experience? Who is the one who is the root experiencer? What is the basic awareness? The naked, uncontrived awareness. That is the ground of all. The kunshi, the basis of every aspect of existence. That is open awareness. So, when we have a difficult time in our lives, there are two main paths. We have the path of deep dharma, which is to stay present with the situation and find ourselves present with that situation in a state of open awareness. Or we take the situation as serious and we try to act on it to turn a bad situation into a good situation. That is the path of samsara. Samsara doesn't mean just bad things. In samsara you also have beautiful villas on Lake Lucerne, or you have beautiful houses in the country in Tuscany with cellars filled with the most delicious wines. You have wonderful pantries full of Parma ham and huge Parmigiano. You can have fantasies of wonderful things. And some people have these. Some people have that. That's their daily life. Perhaps not here in Macclesfield.
James, I'll ask you, do you not think that you have to deal with circumstances? If, for example, you're being bullied at work, should you just stay present with that situation? Or should you not tackle it according to the system provided, for example?
For example, okay, but what I'm saying, it's the non-duality of these two approaches. Because the samsara line is you feel hassled and you respond. The Dzogchen approach is who is the one who is being hassled, into the openness, and then respond. The response is still going to come, but instead of responding with this heated up feeling, because especially for most of us, we don't have a hair trigger. Most of us are a bit slow. So we've been ground for a while. The irritation's been there for a while, so it's heated up quite a lot. And by the time we speak, we're often speaking in a moment that's not very wise and not very clear. And then whack. And then other people are shocked because we've shown ourselves as compliant and friendly, and now suddenly we're being some nasty bitch from hell. And that can lead to a lot of problems. So it's not that you shouldn't respond, but if you're spacious and you can feel who is this oppressor, and you can see immediately, this is the energy of the Dharmakaya manifesting as an arsehole. then you have a bit of freedom of operation in that. Because if you think only, just fuck off and die, I've had enough of you. Huh? If you get into that thing, it's very, very solid. Subject and object are now real and separate, and that's only samsara. It's unlikely that you'll get a good outcome from that. But if you're spacious, and you can see the spaciousness in the other person, which is hidden by the way they're swirling in their anxious control or their self-indulgence, whatever it is, you can think, oh, that's a manifestation of the 5 poisons. Now, I need to work with the 5 poisons. So how will I do that? From this state of awareness that you find a way. Not to be pinned.
Do you ever get the feeling that you're driving your employer's monkey?
No.
I used to have an employer like this who used to just come on duty and see me, and the telephone used to go up and down on the desk because she hated me so much because I was calm and she was the swirling one. And it leads to all sorts of manifestations of energy.
You know, maybe I'm not making this sufficiently clear. The calmness is the state of the relaxed open mind. You can manifest in any way. All these wrathful deities are the energy of the Dharmakaya. It doesn't mean that you have to put up with shit from people. It means when you arise towards the situation, one ground, two paths. One path is, don't you fuck with me. Are you speaking to me? Oh, fuck you. It's very solid. Pow! That way leads to real difficulty because there's a lot of grinding and you're in the matrix of karma. It will only lead to negative results.
Well, I accepted this as my karma, and I stayed there until she retired, because I thought this was part of my lesson.
I don't know that people like that have any lessons to teach us.
So you have one to learn.
Yeah. And the question is, who is the one who is going to learn the lesson? Because if it's in our ego, then we probably learn a rather diminished thing. We can become a bit paranoid, a bit wary, and we think never again, and so on. And these are all fixed positions. And the key aspect of Dzogchen is fixed positions don't help us. Each situation in life is new and fresh. So we have to learn to cook freshly into that situation.
And you're suggesting that we move all the time and we get to listen to it?
No, I'm suggesting that everything moves anyway, and if we build up an image in our mind, my boss is a bitch, then every time I see her, I'm going to feel agitated because now I'm stuck with this bitch.
That's how she felt about me.
Yeah. So then you get a completely locked situation. The fact is, I've come to Macclesfield a few times, and I've come into this particular room a few times, and each time it's different. There's some shift in the mood that's around, or the people who are involved or not so involved. Everything's changing all the time. So what one can do through planning is not all that much, because when you get to the concrete situation, it's different. Now, if you hold in your mind a negative feeling about a bullying boss, you've already prefigured what the situation will be. There's a foreclosure in your mind because your expectation and your intention and planning, even if it's good-hearted Mahayana, doing a bit of Tonglen or something, exchanging self and other, it's still a reading of a situation from an abstract level in your head rather than what's immediately there. Because it may well be that in the movement of the other person's face, in their posture or their gesture, there is some sign that something is different, because in their life many things will be happening. They are not a thing, they are a movement of energy. So if you can find that out of being open, often things can shift. That would be the part of Dzogchen. This third level of energy that I was describing before, like the ray of light going through a crystal and refracting out, means in each moment precisely we come into the world. And we don't know what the world will be because it changes. So whenever we build up a picture in our mind, a prejudice, a judgment that's there before the event, we are actually doing a violence to our own existence, because the world is not like that and we are not like that. This is why self-knowledge is a great poison. The more you know about yourself, the more constipated you become, because you then think, this is how I am. But of course there's always possibilities of becoming in different ways. So what Garab Dorje is suggesting is the central point: stay with the ongoing integration of every circumstance, and don't define yourself through the quality of your circumstances. Now, most of the time we have a belief, if I try hard, life will get better. So we do the practice and life doesn't get better, then we think the practice is crap or I'm crap. there are many causes for why some people have easy, healthy, happy lives and other people have difficult lives. People who have difficult lives are not bad. People who have happy, easy lives are not wonderful. In another life, the circumstances will change. This is just a tiny little cross-section, a moment in the infinity of time. Don't take it too seriously. It's an illusion, like the reflection of the moon on water. Be present in yourself and respond into the circumstances moment by moment. Yeah.
I read a lot of stories about some of these masters who express their spontaneity in very wrathful ways towards students. Some that are living on a mountainside who are, throw stones at incoming disciples to ward them off, or just act in what seem to be maybe crazy or inconsiderate ways. And maybe there's a way in which we think we should be relaxed and calm, when in fact the real spontaneous action is to express an angry state.
Mm-hmm.
What do you have to say about this, the way in which energy can manifest spontaneously, and your being in the moment,
Mm-hmm.
without thinking or intending to be harmful, but acting in a way that might be angry or sad or emotional, and is that not also a part of the expression of the Dharmakaya state, or should
Mm-hmm.
we relax that and dissolve that emotion? And is the goal to be in a completely even equanimous state?
Well, as my teacher would always say, don't mix your shit with your food. You have to keep clarifying what we're talking about here. What is calm and clear is this unborn Dharmakaya. It's not that I have to be calm and clear. It's not I am trying to control myself to calm myself down. This open mind state is always calm. Nobody would say it's angry. There are wrathful forms of the Dharmakaya, but they are arising from a calm, open state. So they manifest from that. Calmness is at the heart of everything. If your mind is not calm and clear like the clear blue sky, then all phenomena can't be liberated. They won't be liberated. And that will mean then when you move towards other beings, you'll be acting from a nexus of your own undigested karma, which means that your spontaneity will be defiled and you'll be doing a number. And there are people who do a number. There's a famous teacher in Bhutan who is always angry. Well, if somebody's always angry, what's that? He's angry. Why would he be always angry? More to life than that.
But is there a way to express anger where there's not attachment to it and there's not self-identification
Of course.
with the energy, and that it's just it's of the same quality, or so you could say?
Of course.
But that there's not. I mean, I guess that's what I'm getting at. Is it possible then to be in a clear and open way, and not in a constricted way, and still express emotion or feeling?
Of
purely?
course. Of course. The same, exactly the issue about the boss. If your boss is persecuting you, if you're very clear who is the one who is being persecuted, you can remain calm and clear. As soon as you're calm and clear, you like the state of the mirror. The mirror shows everything as a reflection. So we look in the mirror to see our face. Mirrors show things quite clearly. Now you see the situation clearly. So what will I do? Well, you can go to human resource department, you can keep a little dossier of things they say, you can try to set it up so that the person makes their angry comment in front of a third party. There are all sorts of ways you can set people up to stab them. You know, in the tantric tradition, you make a little triangular wooden box and you put a nail through them. You can do that in a business situation as well. Box someone into a corner and shaft them. Yeah, there's no reason why you shouldn't do that if you understand everything is emptiness, and if I concretize it, I will have a karmic consequence. If I can just briefly remind you, karma is based on a 4-stage process. The first stage is the ji, or the basis, which means taking subject and object as separate and real. Following that, there is an intention or a thought. Following that, there is an action, and following that, there is satisfaction with the consequence. So, my boss is awful. I hate my boss. There's a concretized situation. There is an object, this person, my boss, and subject, me. I feel persecuted by them, and my responding feeling is anger. What's my intention? To free myself from this oppression. That could be done through many flavors, with revenge, with a desire to annihilate them, with a desire to be moved to another department, or get them moved to another department, or to get them just to change their behavior. You decide on a plan and you bring it into action. You call a meeting, you make a grievance, you carry that through. Afterwards, they get sacked or they get moved away, and you think, that was good. Got her. Well done. So now you think it is a good thing that I successfully put a squeeze on that person. That's a good outcome. From the level of survival in office politics, it's a very good outcome. From the level of production of karma, you've created quite a lot. From the level of Dharma practice, total shit. What do you want? In order to practice the Dharma, first is this basis, emptiness. If it's emptiness, self, other, and the relation between them are all empty, moving in space. Within that, there is the coloration of the particular moment, which is to say, this person, under the power of stupidity, behaves in ways which are oppressive to themselves and to others. With compassion, I will stop them in their tracks. They are helping me by letting me see that my anger could become solid and form an ego base for hostile revenge. Liberating that, how will I behave? Then nobody can say from the outside how to behave. That will depend on the situation. But the big difference is the first point. If something is solidly real, you're already in the realm of the accumulation of cause and effect. No matter whether your action is very skillful or not skillful, because it's reified, it's made solid and objectified, it will weave endless links for you. So these stories of great masters, good or bad, who knows? Only they can see their own mind. It's easy to cheat yourself. So that's why we say in Dzogchen there is no particular kind of behavior that's proposed. If you follow the Theravadan path, you have many rules and regulations. You vow not to kill, not to have sex, maybe at all, or under certain conditions, not to take intoxicating substances, not to steal, not to lie, and so on. Many, many rules. In the Mahayana tradition, you take the Bodhisattva vow and you develop the wisdom of emptiness in order to fulfill the Bodhisattva vow. In the Tantric tradition, there are many different organizations of vows which you learn following an initiation. And you have to follow these, and they determine your behavior. There are certain things that you have to do and certain things that you mustn't do. In Dzogchen, there is no particular direction to behavior. The only thing that's really required is that you are aware and present. And if you are aware and present, you will not do bad things. It's not possible to do bad things if you're present. It just doesn't happen.
When you say the Dzogchen is the perfect partner, to my understanding, because I've been studying Buddhism for some time, in the relationship with the Mahayana, to achieve the emptiness or the emphasizing of love and compassion.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't get anything in the Dzogchen practice until now. Just going to emphasize on love and compassion or the emptiness. So, where is this relating?
Right. That's a very good question.
Could you summarise it for us?
Hmm?
Could you summarise the question for us?
The question is that generally speaking, in the Mahayana tradition, there's a lot of emphasis on compassion and love, particularly in relation to wisdom. That is often compared to the two wings of a bird, and you need both to attain enlightenment. But in Dzogchen, there's not so much focus on love and compassion. And so, the question, why is that? Well, we develop love and compassion as a practice, as an antidote to our self-referential behavior. That we have a sense of self, an individual entity, we can say an I, a me, a dat, and we have an attachment to that, a dzimpa, a holding on to it. So this is something precious, and this becomes a sealed ball, me first, and if there's any left, you can have something, but me first. This is the usual way of behaving. So in Mahayana Buddhism, we try to turn this around and we say, you first, and if there's any left, I'll take that. May you gain enlightenment first, and I'll come after. And so out of that, we develop practices like, I give you all my happiness, I take all your pain. And we do that through the integration of the loving heart in emptiness. In Dzogchen, there is not so much emphasis on that, because this would be seen as a method. If you integrate into this natural open state, because it has no boundary and has no dualistic separation between self and other, the welfare of others and the welfare of yourself occur at the same time. So in that sense, when they talk of compassion, they talk of three different aspects of compassion. One is a compassion with an intention to help all sentient beings as if they were your mother and father. And that goes with developing positive thoughts and preparing the way and looking at your selfishness. And the second is the form of compassion, which is like actually being on the journey, developing the compassion in a way through doing your puja, doing your prayers, actively really bringing manifest benefit into the world, maybe through visualizing rays of light going out to all beings, and on a very external, practical level, being kind, putting other people first. But there is also a third kind of compassion. In Tibetan it's called Migme Ninje. Migme Ninje, Migpa means to take an object, to reify, to see something as solid. Mepa means not. So this is the compassion where there is no real object. And even in the Mahayana Sutras, in the Dorje Chopa, in the Vajra Jedika, the diamond cutting sutra, which is in the Prajnaparamita, it says, the bodhisattva who wants to save sentient beings has already broken his vows. That is to say, if you think sentient beings are strongly real, and they really, really suffer, and you really want to help them, you're not a bodhisattva. Because all sentient beings from the very beginning have been empty. And the bodhisattva from the very beginning has been empty. And the movement of compassion has been empty. So we save sentient beings in the manner of a dream. Buddhism is unlikely to give rise to Médecins Sans Frontières or Oxfam, with endless pictures of little children with tears coming down their face. Oh my God, oh, this is not helpful. Anyone can cry. Anyone can cry. Crying's tuppence. Read some funny novel and you can cry. Weepy movies. Crying is free. Saving beings, according to Buddhism, means awakening to your own nature. Your nature is emptiness. So love and compassion and emptiness have to be integrated together. All holding hands in a circle and saying, may everyone be happy, that makes us feel good. But it doesn't necessarily change anything. To really help beings doesn't mean feeding them, clothing them, being kind to them. It means helping them wake up. This is the essence of Mahayana Buddhism. This is where Buddhism is different from all other religions. All other religions say, maybe worship God. That's Buddhism doesn't do that too much. But essentially they say, be a nice person. Be kind. If you go to a mosque, outside there are always beggars, because one of the 5 pillars of Islam is to give donations to poor people, to feed the poor. Hinduism has plenty of that. Sikhs in their gurdwaras always have free food. You can turn up, you always get free food. Feeding people is a good idea. Being kind to people is a good idea. But it doesn't bring liberation. Niceness is not enough.
I'd rather not see people starve while you're waiting for the
Yeah, you can do both at the same time. But when you feed people, you can feed them with an understanding of awareness. It's not either or.
I've never seen inside the Hindu temples feeding with awareness. I only see people getting food and feeling satisfied. I'm not aware of awareness.
Well, that would be terrible. I've lived in many Hindu ashrams, and you know, you have to have the people serving the food should have some awareness. Everybody's sitting there, and they're usually singing. Govinda Jai Jai Gaurama Jai Jai Govinda Jai Jai Gaurama Jai Jai. Like that. It's very nice, and everybody's clapping. Fat gurus sitting at the front, putting it in. Yeah. If fat gurus just thinking, which one of these lovely ladies do I want to fuck? That's not very good. Sometimes the fat guru's doing that.
If you're a Buddhist and you're waiting to be enlightened,
Yeah.
when is the trigger to start you doing the feeding?
No, you can. Your feeding is part of the path. I mean, what I've been saying has been a complete waste of time. I don't think I'm saying that you should. Meditation will make you unkind and ungenerous. If a meditation practice gives you more connection with other people, unpleasant as many people are, it wouldn't make you feel a lot of hatred towards them. Non-duality means there is no separation, no boundary wall between me and another. Therefore, I'm not defending myself against them, and I will do what I can to help them. Feeding people is absolutely fine. But if you're worrying all the time about how to feed people, for example, you can volunteer for a Christmas soup kitchen. Very often these places are quite angry places because a lot of people to feed, and and the gas hasn't arrived. My God, what are we going to do? And everyone's agitated and worried in order to help people. That's not necessary. Emptiness and compassion are not two separate things. The beings to be saved do not truly exist. That is not the same as nihilism. It doesn't mean they don't exist at all, but it doesn't mean they strongly exist. It is the middle way. The middle way. So, compassion in the middle way is warmth and care and compassion in the manner of a dream. This is very difficult for us to understand. because we think real compassion requires suffering. You know, suffering on the part of the noble people who do it. The fantasy of the young nurse staying awake all night, Florence Nightingale, Médecins Sans Frontières, they're in the jungle, the leeches are on them, but they're doing the operation. I think, God, these heroes, wonderful people. And they are wonderful, but they're operating inside the will to power. Everything is real. I have to do this. This is special. This is very important. From a Dharma point of view, it's not quite like that.
Lao Tzu said, true kindness acts without kind thoughts.
Could be. I think you can have kind thoughts as well. Kind thoughts are not wrong. The main thing is that the kind thought itself is empty.
Yeah. There doesn't have to be that I am going to do good.
Yeah. It doesn't have to. So, continuing in the way, this third point of Garab Dorje means that, yes, we can see there are many things in the world to do, like running soup kitchens. Some Buddhist centers, like the Kajupas, they have Roppa, which means friend or helper. Then that's a nice thing to do. But we already have the Salvation Army. Another soup kitchen? Oh yeah, why not? There are always hungry people. It's maybe not the most important thing to do. You can meditate and help people. How to integrate meditation into helping people? Now, if your meditation involves you going wara 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 wara, it's quite difficult to help someone. Would you like some soup? Wara 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 wara. Hung hung hung. I've put some mantras in your soup so it's better for you. I don't want mantras in my fucking soup. I want Christian soup. I'm a Christian. This is a Christian country. Huh? So, how are you going to bring your practice into compassion? It has to be a practice which doesn't have a strong flavor. It's not going to be chilies. It's not going to be pepper. It's just something quite bland, invisible, emptiness. In the state of emptiness, this action is occurring. Emptiness will integrate with everything because it's not a thing. It has no point of resistance to any form at all. Any position you take up will have a resistance. You cannot, in mathematics, you can't integrate every number. We have integers, numbers which run through, and others which block. In the same way, when you have shapes and forms, some fit and some don't fit. The thing about emptiness is it has no shape. It has no color, no form. Therefore, it fits everything. When we understand that, continuing in the state of awareness, inseparable from emptiness, whatever is required can be done. So, when we hear of some brilliant new thing that's being done, yes, it's wonderful, but can we move towards it in a state of awareness? Being excited is not a good idea. People want enthusiasm. Enthusiasm means entheos. It means the God, the deity comes into you. And it comes from the cult of Dionysus, where people were taken over in an ecstasis. They were taken out of themselves into ecstasy, transformed. This is not the practice. The practice is integrating everything into your own state. It's not very exciting. It's not manic. It's absolutely profound and connective to every situation. As it says in the basic text, if you find a needle on the road, don't celebrate. If a bottle of beer goes sour, don't cry. Ups and downs, up and down. Hopes and fears all the time. People, watching the Olympic Games. Hey! We won! What did we win? What? All this excitement for nothing. Obama! $600 million to bring Mr. Obama. Why? What? This won't change very much at all. it's very important to see the seductions of manic excitement and also the fear of depression and confusion and darkness. If the world economic situation gets worse, hopes and fears will be moving in great cascades. Oh my God, what now? Oh my, how will we manage? How will we cope? We don't know how we'll cope. Let's see what the situation is. But how? You don't. What's the how? 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 It's ridiculous. Of course, it's what we do. We get impacted and upset. Upset is not helpful. How not to be upset? In the practice. That doesn't mean not being touched. Of course you are touched, but the movement is the movement of energy because there are two dimensions, stillness and movement. Stillness and movement from the very beginning are inseparable. This is Dorje Chang, the founding great Buddha of this Kajupa lineage. It's like this, because form and emptiness are inseparable. Means it's okay. Basically, it's okay. Whatever comes, comes. Whatever goes, goes. Awareness is still here. But if you build your house on sand, if you construct your world according to the passing show, to Vanity Fair, to the current excitements, the hopes and the fears, you're just in this turbulent ocean of samsara, wave after wave after wave. And life will tumble on like that. People who aim to follow the Dharma choose a different path. Where am I? Who is the one who is feeling sad? Who is the one who is excited? Who is the one who is hopeful? Stay present with the one who is having that experience. Don't fall into the hope. Don't fall into the fear. Don't block the fear. Don't push it away. The fear is there and you are here. They are not the same. There you have the optimal conditions for responding with awareness. Yeah.
Do you think there's a danger of people trying to do this practice alienating themselves from their experience by sort of taking on a sort of calm position, you know, instead being afraid of sort of falling into experience, actually protecting themselves from being touched by it?
It could happen. That would be a sign of not meditating well. Because calmness is not a position. Calmness is a quality of the unborn nature. So I don't have to be calm. Calmness is what there is if you're not caught up in turbulence. It's not that I've got the basic ingredients, now I can make a Victoria sponge or a fruit cake. It's not like that. It's if I stop doing this, that's what's there. If I take my attention away from where it habitually goes, oh, this is what's there. One is a construct, a whole pattern of constructions, and the other is an unconstructed, uncompounded. So in that sense, it's not a position. If you adopt a calm position, like doing mindfulness walking, then that is indeed a retreat from the world. That is holding on to an intentional stance which is very vulnerable to the impingement of something else. Because if somebody is walking very mindfully, then they almost need security guards around them. Because they're in this altered state. They're not in the world. So it's how to feel the impact, but not be the one who feels the impact. This is why we have this image. The mirror shows the reflection. It doesn't block it, but the mirror is not the reflection, but the mirror is not different from the reflection. This is very unusual. This is not our normal experience, because usually it's one thing or another. It's either or. Either I'm in it or I'm out of it. And if I'm out of it, I'm not in it. And if I'm in it, I'm not out of it. Non-duality is different. And only doing the practice will give us that direct experience. Any last thoughts before we move towards a final meditation? This teaching is in the tradition called extraordinary. It's not something you can find in any shop. In Tibet, in many monasteries, people would have to have meditated for many, many years and studied many, many things before they heard one word of this. And in some ways, this Tibetan tradition is very wise. Because like Jesus said, don't cast pearls before swine. No, don't take that personally. So, and of course in the wheel of life the pig stands for ignorance. So usually people would say you have to do a lot of preliminary practice first of all in order to become more fresh and more able to understand this. But from the tradition of my teacher, he said first of all you should always give people a chance to see and to recognize directly. And of course all kinds of veils and obscurations come up when we do that. Recognizing these, we start to work with our obscurations. If you try to remove the obscurations before you get to a point of clarity so you can understand this, life will be gone. Our lives are very busy. What we have is a chance to attend to the central instruction here and, when you can, do the other practices. Understand the Mahayana path, study the Shantideva's path of a bodhisattva. Reflect on your own limitations, develop the paramitas. These are all good things to do. It's not an either or. What we're saying is you run them simultaneously rather than doing a kind of stages of a graded path. We run them at the same time. But it's very important to learn all these different paths and to observe yourself what happens when you develop the different kinds of intention. If you do a puja with Tara or Chenrezi and then you do one with Vajra Kilaya, what's the difference? What happens to your body? What happens to your breath? What happens to your dreams, your thoughts? This is all part of the path. It's not either or. But it's very important to see what the function of the different kinds of practice is. You know, Mahayana Buddhism is not designed to make good people. Buddhism is not a humanistic focus. Some people see it as a kind of humanistic non-religion religion. But Buddhism doesn't say human beings are the best. It says that awakened state is the best, and awakened state is not in the wheel of samsara. Which means there is more to life than we know. Our own thoughts, memories and experiences are not the limit of existence. And when we do the practice and we enter into a state where we can see the construction of everyday identity, it's almost like we take an X-ray of our own existence and we see it in action. Then we see how we tie ourselves in knots and how the knots start to come free. And that then, instead of protecting ourselves against that, we see that our energy can play with other people's energy. And compassion is the revelation of the movement of energy in a non-dual sphere with other people. And that's a wonderful thing to experience. Makes life quite light and easy, even though there are many problems. Okay, shall we do a final sitting? da ujen lama drujune drowa chi chamalupa dei sala ke pashu. So, we come to the end of our brief time together, and I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me, especially Gordon and his hospitality, which is great, and Charles doing the recording, and of course many people involved in helping the organization run along. So that's a great thing. It's very easy for me. I just arrive and then go. And there's all sorts of other things going on behind the scenes. So I hope the practice is useful to you and it opens up something good in your lives. And perhaps we meet again. Bye.
Thank you.